A very good evening, everyone, and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for a Saturday night at the darts, courtesy of the MODUS Super Series. By the end of play this evening, we'll etch our first name into the Champions League Roll of Honour, where they'll be looking to join Conan Whitehead and Raymond Smith in the winner's enclosure. Before we get the action underway, let's have a look at how our 6 finalists got here. Barstow had a miracle night on Friday. He had a real big push for the line to get himself into finals night here this evening. Jordan Brooks had to rely on a win in his final game to get through, this 1-4-6 being a seismic moment against David Evans, the man he deposed of that place. Meanwhile, for Steve Brown, he qualified second in Group B. This ton finish helping him on his way. That was early on in the week against Alex Small. Shane McGuirk was the winner of Group C. He was 5 out of 5 on Thursday, with this 1-3-7 being a highlight on Friday. Andy Hamilton was the man to beat in Group B with some brilliant darts. This was in his Group A campaign, a 1-4-4 against Shane McGuirk. But the first man who made his way through to finals night was Jon Worsley. He was the dominant man in Group A, helped with finishes like this 103. Rueful shake of the head by Shane McGuirk. So that is how the players got to this point of the week. It's Saturday night, so Kieran Hammond has joined me up here on the balcony for a brilliant night of ours. We're looking forward to this, aren't we?
Of course we are. It's the start of a new stage this week, and I love a finals night. We all know that. So, yeah, it should be an exciting night.
New start time for a Saturday. And do you think this would be a better time for the players? A prime time, Saturday night. You're going to have a bit more electricness from the crowd.
You would hope so, and I think that it does seem like a lot more reasonable time to be starting rather than waiting until 10 o'clock, which when you're waiting around all day to play can seem like it's, you know, much later than what it actually is.
Can this play into the hands of the likes of Andy Hamilton, who would have played in many PDC major events, would have been playing at this sort of time of night on those televised events, these televised arenas at the Winter Gardens and the Alexandra Palace? Will that experience actually help him as well?
I mean, it could do, but I think it's not only good for him, it's good for all of the players here. So, yeah, I'm expecting that we should see some really good performances tonight.
Absolutely. Let's round off then the week by having a look at the tables. We'll begin with Group A, which was won by Jon Worsley. And it wasn't just won by Jon Worsley, it was dominated by him.
Yeah, absolutely. To win 13 of 15 matches, he would have to be feeling very confident coming into tonight's finals. I mean, and only the 2 matches that he lost, one being to Steve Brown and the other to David Evans. Well, Steve Brown's back tonight. So, I mean, and there are 4 of the 6 players from Group A that are back here tonight. So, yeah, he would be very confident.
And Andy Hamilton not winning the group despite getting 20 points, which is usually a title most players get to win a Group A.
Yeah, exactly. And then he showed in Group B his dominance there. Both him and Steve Brown really did dominate that group, and Chaz just getting in as well. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of experience and there's a lot of quality here in tonight's final. So, as I said, I'm expecting to see some really good performances.
As you see, the Group B table there, Hamilton, Brown being joined by Barstow, who last night made a real surge to get here.
Yeah, and that's what Chaz is all about, though. He does have that experience. Never, you know, even though he's never held a PDC Tour card, we know that he did play on the tour quite a lot a couple of years ago and has that experience and has a lot of experience playing in the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been here on a finals night plenty of times before, too.
And has won plenty of times in Southampton, looking to do it for the first time on this very stage. Let's have a look then at Group C and see how that finished up in the end, because Shane McGuirk won all 5 games on Thursday, but the second spot came down to Jordan Brooks and David Evans. Evans, who had a brilliant day on Friday, was catching Jordan Brooks to the line. Evans actually went above Brooks, lost his final game, and Jordan had to beat Shane McGuirk in his final match and did precisely that.
Yeah, I mean, and Brooks is going to be feeling a little bit lucky with that win as well, because Evans did have quite a few match starts in his last match, and had he have been able to get that, then it would be a different story. He'd be here tonight.
Indeed that. So let's see how that divvies up then the groups going into tonight's final session. As you can see, Jonathan Worsley, Steve Brown and Jordan Brooks are in Group 1, whereas Andy Hamilton, Shane McGuirk and Chaz Barstow in Group 2. I mean, the look of that Group 2, that is menacing.
Yeah, it's not an easy group, but neither is Group 1. You know, I think that it's going to be really tough, and whoever comes out on top tonight is going to have to work hard to do it.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers make about proceedings this evening. Now, they have stuck with Chaz Barstow as the bookmakers' favourites. Now, Matthew Edgar on commentary last night, after Chaz had a couple of struggles on Thursday, was wondering why the bookmakers kept him as favourite. Well, they kept the faith in him and was right to keep the faith in him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether Chaz will come out the winner tonight, but I do pick him in the final. So, yeah, let's see.
What do you make of the odds of Andy Hamilton? Third favourite, some interesting odds as well. He's the sort of player that a night like tonight, we mentioned it at the top of the show, could really favour.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, he has, you know, this is his 6th day in a row of playing. Don't know really how he's feeling about that. You know, is the fatigue going to have come to him? Is he going to come out all guns blazing? Who really knows?
We shall see. Our first game of the evening sees Jon Worsley take on Jordan Brooks. That's the first game in Group 1. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Jon, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How would you round up your Group A campaign?
Yeah, I feel I played the majority of my games quite well. A couple of games that I wish I'd done a little bit better, but yeah, happy with the overall performance.
As you say, happy with the overall performance, and it was a dominant Group A performance as well. It wasn't as if it was one of those campaigns where you squeaked through. You actually were the dominant force.
Yeah, I felt I was good on the first 2 days. The second 2 days, take nothing away from the players. I didn't really play my A game. Steve smashed me up, to be fair, in the first game. And then the second game was terrible with me and Dave, so yeah. But after that, yeah, I pulled it back a little bit, done well against Andy, so yeah. Overall, I'm happy.
And into tonight, obviously it's a different dynamic because we've got the crowd in this evening, and of course the big money's there to play for the £5,000 first prize.
Yeah, it's, the money's not everything, but it would be nice. I just want to perform well and show what I'm capable of, really.
And finally, what would a place at Champions Week mean for you?
Same as, it would be everything to me now, so yeah. Fingers crossed, let's get there.
We wish you all the best, Jon. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Jordan, welcome to finals night. How much are you looking forward to it?
Very much so. It was a massive relief when I hit that double 8 yesterday. I was breathing at my backside during that game because I thought I really mucked it up in that 4th game against Dave Evans. Well, I didn't play too bad, but I think Dave Evans was just on fire all day, wasn't he? So I'm very relieved to be here tonight. Describe
yesterday from a player's perspective.
That was the hardest part of my little short career I've had to experience, if I'm honest. I mean, I played my good friend Lee at Lakeside, and I think everyone knows that wasn't pretty, but yesterday that last game was tough. So happy I got through. To be fair, I'm so happy that I got invited again. So hopefully I can just go to Dartbot 9 tonight and we can get the job done.
You're listening to Matthew Edgar, haven't you? But of course tonight there's an added element of the crowd here this evening. There's that £5,000 on offer, first prize for the winner here tonight. I know you've achieved a lot over the last 18 months, but this must feel like a big opportunity for yourself.
This is the biggest opportunity, easily. I'm proud of myself for getting tonight, and at the end of the night, could have that massive check. We'll see.
We shall see. We look forward to watching you play. Jordan, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Last week, we crowned Raymond Smith as the champion of champions here at the MODUS Super Series. We begin the cycle again. The first of 12 names to etch themselves into Series 3 Champions Week is going to be crowned tonight. We kick off with Worsley against Brooks in the company of Corinne Hammond. And a very good evening, Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Good evening. Good evening to everyone joining us today on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for week 1 of a new series, Series 3. and we'll be crowning our first winner, our first player through into Champions Week, Jon Worsley, the one ball, the winner of Group A. Going to hope that he can put himself through. We've got Jordan Brooks, who came through Group C, the 39-year-old from Fleetwood, who actually thought the opportunity may have passed him by, but he can draw some inspiration. Matt Clark, the last time out in Series 2, actually thought he was out as well. Even after he won his game, he took a 1-5-6 finish out to get through, and then came all the way through to win the week. Went through to Champions Week and actually just lost out from taking the big £20,000.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Jon to throw first. Game on.
Justin Bradshaw, our MC for the evening. He's going to be calling all the action, and I'm going to be in the commentary box, joined by Corinne Hammond this evening.
Hello, Matt. Nice to be here. This is the first time we've had the opportunity to do this, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
58.
I'm sure the pleasure will all be yours.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. Yeah.
You managed to catch much of what we're seeing this week? Jonathan Worsley being
100.
playing some good stuff. Jordan Brooks, you might have heard him there say he's going to turn up to dartboard level 9. I actually said that Jordan Brooks early in the week was so consistent that I compared him to one of those computer
45.
apps.
Well, wouldn't it be lovely if we all could just do those things and say, I'm just going to turn up a dial here. I'm going to be level 9. Actually, I might want to be level 14.
136.
Yeah, it's those computers, those apps, those dartbot games. Sort of, you set the level and it just plays at that base all the way through. And
100.
if you have a bad shot, it sort of compensates it with a good one. And whenever they get down to the finishers, they take them out. And he's nicknamed the Sheriff, but I did make the suggestion of Dartbot 501.
That's a good one. I wonder if he'll take that on board.
57.
I hope so. If not, I'll be handing it to somebody else at some point who finds that level of consistency. Jon Worsley referenced in his interview that he didn't feel he played his A game on Wednesday, and as soon as he said that, I had a little look
60.
at the stats, because sometimes as players what we can do is we can get into this vibe, but when we start losing games, we go, well, actually, I'm not playing as well. He's actually correct. The stats suggest that.
100.
On day one, Jonathan Worsley averaged 95.28, won all 5 of his matches. On day 2, he averaged 89.48. Again, clean sweep, won all 5 matches. And then dropped down to the 85. Now,
42.
that 85 is when you start to become a bit
108.
vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just goes to show that he does know his own game, knowing that he didn't play as well. And I'm sure that he wasn't just thinking that from the losses that he'd had either.
Level 19 needed for Jordan Brooks. Just having a little think and a ponder. You can just sense a bit of agitation in him at the moment, which
100.
comes with a little bit more nerves of the situation. We handled the nerves very well earlier on in the week. Jonathan Worsley had a couple of days off, courtesy of winning Group A. Didn't lose too much, but might lose this opening leg.
8. No score.
Did say might.
Jon, you require 111.
111 for Jon Worsley. Now, this is an important shot, because this is Jon Worsley's darts. This will be a holder throw that will feel like a break. Tops.
91. Jordan, you require 8.
One dart left to get the early break of throw.
4.
And we've probably seen some sort of reaction there from Jordan Brooks.
Jon,
He's quite an
20.
animated player. Jon Worsley, I don't think we'll see too much from him in terms of
That's game shot and the first
But
leg.
if there was an
Jon
expression,
Worsley.
you'd feel it would be a smile. It's actually an apology.
Yeah. I mean, he does really feel lucky in that leg, and he probably should too, really.
Second leg, it's Jordan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Jordan Brooks there got down, had his opportunities. Yeah, officially, his 4 missed darts at the double, but it was actually more in terms
59.
of opportunities. He had that clear handful of darts coming back at double 4, but hitting the double 18.
60.
Could it be towards the end of the match that that first leg is the one that really turned the tables on it? Because Brooks still has to break Worsley here in this match if he is to win. And he had that perfect opportunity there in the first leg, so it's all uphill from here for him now.
Yeah, he carved out the opportunity. He wasn't able to take it on that occasion. You expect that unless Jon Worsley starts finding the form he showed very early in the week, that he will get more opportunities. When you sort of get the players around about that sort of 85 to 90 mark, you are going to be facing darts, those sort of combination shots, isn't it? Like the 72s, the 67s, where you're going to get like one dart at a double. That's what this might come down to for Jordan. But he can take a lot from that opening leg. He carved out plenty of opportunities for himself and certainly be able to get some positivity from that. But there's no better feeling as a dart player than getting that first leg on the board.
180.
Followed by getting that first 180 of the board. The first 180 of Saturday night goes the way of Jordan Brooks.
And once again, he's given himself these opportunities here.
Jordan, you require 101.
He's got at least 6 starts from 101. Might only need 3. Double 16.
That is game shot and the second leg. Jordan Brooks.
And that is a leg of darts that will just feel wonderful for the dart bot.
Third leg, it's Jon to
Not
throw
only
first.
the maximum 180 visit in there, but then converting the 101. A conversion of 281 points in 6 darts. After making a mess of the last leg, that is how you put things right.
100.
And it just says to Jon Worsley, I am not here for the taking. Because as a player, we've played ourselves, you sense those sort of weaknesses, don't you? When people start missing on the double, you start getting in your head, I don't think they're ever going to hit one.
Yeah, absolutely. The same as it gets in your own head when you're missing those doubles. I'm never going to hit one. And that might have been a little bit about what Jordan was thinking there, but that 101 checkout is certainly going to settle
58.
Any of those doubts that he had.
When it comes to this sort of stage experience, Jordan Brooks does have a little bit of stage experience he can draw on. He did play in the WDF World Championship at the iconic Lakeside venue. He actually spoke about that in his interview. He said he played his best mate there, Lee Schuin. He lost that 1-2-1. He said it wasn't pretty. The averages would back that up as well, but must be quite nervous going onto that stage where you know all those legends have played over the years.
135.
That is very true. I do remember the first time I played on the Lakeside stage was a bit concerned I may vomit before I got out there. Or fall over, one of the two, trip up a step, something like that.
140.
I mean, I don't think either's better than the other. No. I think they're both equally as scary. It's interesting 59. When you watch different players. I was just watching Jordan Brooks in the back there. He wants to be aware of everything that's going on. He was sort of squatting down and trying to meerkat over the shoulder of Jon Worsley. He wants no surprises. He wants to be well and truly in the game. Some people say to play the board, which means playing the lines and those blocks of 3. Jordan Brooks is playing Jon Worsley.
Interesting approach to take because a lot of players don't like watching 95. What's going on. I mean, you're going to hear it anyway when you've got a referee. So regardless of watching the darts in the board, you're going to hear what your opponent is scoring. So most don't tend to look.
If Jon Worsley is not looking, he might be about to hear something he doesn't like.
That's game shot and the third leg.
Again.
Jordan Brooks.
Jordan Brooks. We said it might come down to one of these sort of opportunities, one of these combination finishes. It actually was a bigger one than we expected. It's
Fourth
the 102.
Leg, it's Jordan to throw first.
And that is the last couple of legs. A 101 finish for Jordan Brooks, a 102 finish for Jordan Brooks. So I wonder if he can sign it off with a 103 finish in leg 3.
I'm sure he'll be quite happy if he can.
60.
I think he'd be happy with a 3 finish, to be honest with you. I think it's just all about getting those legs on the board, getting the points, because these are mini groups. This is very close to knockout darts. You do sort of get a second opportunity if you are to 97. Lose this first game, but then you start getting concerned about legs, and it's just comes a little bit out the hands of just winning and losing.
Yeah, you're right there. I mean, everyone wants to just go out and win, so then you don't have to worry about how many legs you lost, what did you lose by, what did you win by.
60.
If you just win, then it takes care of itself.
Jon Worsley would have thought this was easy first couple of days because winning is all he did. 10 games in, he had 10 victories, and we started to talk about the possibility of Jon Worsley setting records and being the first person to get the 30 from 30 points. We've seen Colin Osborne come very close. He's had 14 wins. Jim McEwen's had 14 wins. Jim McEwen actually came down within one leg of doing so. It was Josh Payne that stopped him, who is now back on the PDC Pro Tour. Jim McEwen was 2 darts to be the 30 from 30 man.
I'm sure he would have been much happier with a win as opposed to 30 from 30 anyway.
Absolutely. Especially when it comes
29.
through to Saturday night. This is all about the wins, and whoever wins the most will be taking £5,000. They'll get their hands on a giant novelty check, which is probably the highlight of the night for
100.
most people.
It's the highlight of the night for whoever gets to present it.
Yeah, it's a big moment, that giant novelty check. We need more giant novelty checks in the world.
100.
And, of course, doesn't all just end there. There'll be the first name through the Champions Week. And I don't expect any mishaps along the way this time. And we obviously had 2 players pull out last time. Adam Warmer and Graham Usher couldn't take their lineup because they took PDC tour cards from Q School. But there's also that little bit of, you've got to try and perform and get as close as you can. Never give up in every single situation here, even if it's just an average.
Jordan, you require
because if someone can't make
161.
that situation, there might be a secondary call-up.
Oh, could it be the 161?
And his game shot and the 4th leg.
Absolutely
Jordan
amazing
Brooks.
checkout. 3 ton-plus finishes from Brooks.
He said in his interview he is proud of himself. He was happy just to be invited.
Jon to throw first.
I don't think he's going to need to worry about being invited again. He's got himself through to Saturday night's final. He's took out 101. He's took out 102. He's now took out a 161. He's 1 leg away from 2 points in this mini group against a man who was dominant in Group A in Jon Worsley.
Yes, and if it wasn't for those 4 missed starts in the first leg, this match would have already been over. Maybe it's because it wasn't under a ton checkout. That's why he missed it.
Yeah, he's only here for the highlights and the big moments. Maybe we don't call him Dartbot. Maybe we call him Highlights.
180.
Said he wanted to turn it up to level 9. We're finishing like this. I think it's more like level 10.
96.
Jon Worsley here, who we're talking about the stage experience of Jordan Brooks because it's very limited, and we're sort of bypassing Jon Worsley because he's been a PDC tour card holder, that we just assume he's had a lot more experience.
140.
But when it actually comes to the stages, he's played in the UK Open 3 appearances, 2016, 2017 and 2020. He also played in the World Trophy, which was a WDF event.
46.
Very limited
Jon,
in
you
terms of
require
stage
58.
experience himself. Sort of pro tours behind closed doors.
That is game shot
he's
and the
back
5th leg.
In the
Jon
doubles.
Worsley.
That was a good leg from Jon Worsley. Found himself a maximum in there.
6th leg. It is Jordan to throw first. Game on.
Takes out the double with the first dart. Evan Darter. Just, again, reminds Jordan Brooks of the quality of player that he's up against here.
Well, a breaker throw in this leg will see us going all the way for the first match. Then, you know, Worsley will have the darts again. And then it will be a matter of, is that first leg going to be the one that made the difference?
He certainly rectified it with those big finishes, and he got the break on the board. So now can he seal the deal and get over the line. One thing I'm expecting tonight is a lot of games to go the distance. When we look at the groups, Group B and Group C pretty much came down to the very last dart before we knew who was coming through to Saturday night's finals. And when you take that and you put all those group winners and group runners up who have had these tightly contested groups, the only thing it can give us is tightly contested matches on finals night.
Which, let's be honest, that's what we want to see. We don't want anyone to easily run away with this. We want it to be hard fought.
140.
I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see some battles. We're going to see some nerves and some tension, which, like I say, is what we want to see. I love penalty shootout when it comes to football. I love seeing people under pressure and seeing how they perform. And Jordan
45.
Brooks was under the most pressure. He needed to win his very last game. And I'd say that was probably one of the best performances of the week for him when he won that one to come through Group C. Nice time in here. He's just having a look at the scoreboard, just seeing if there's anything you can leave, a different route in which you can go.
120.
Didn't like the line of the darts, and he's ended up doing something we call a Robin Hood, which is when the dart goes in the back of the stem that is already in the board. Even a single 20 would have left him the 2-dart possibility.
140.
Worsley.
Jordan, you require 98.
Sets up a 2-dart. When I say a 2-dart, I mean a 2-dart that's not going to need a treble to guarantee a finish. This was 78. He could have gone 18, 20 for tops. He now needs a treble to give himself a dart at the double. He finds it. That
86.
would have been an exhibition of finishing there from Jordan
John, you
Brooks.
require 92. That is game shot and the sixth leg.
No
Jon
mistake on that
Worsley.
92 finish, and now we're back to 3-all, and our first match of the evening is taking us all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Jon to throw first. Game on.
We mentioned that he's happy to be there. I'm not sure I'd be clapping my opponent too much, no matter how happy I was to be in a match or an event. Great way
55.
to start Saturday night. Jon Worsley checks the score. There was 3 very well thrown darts, all on the wire, but with little reward. Now, as that goes throughout the night, if
78.
getting them close and not getting that sort of reward and the opponent picks his pocket, that's where frustration can start to set in.
Yeah, it does. You know, fortunately for Worsley there, he wasn't really made to pay for that first shot there. I mean, Jordan picked up the 57 with his last start, but still didn't get a great lead on him. Although could be a different story after this shot.
100.
Normally when a player wins a Group A, it makes them the weekly favourite. Not in this situation. Jon Worsley,
140.
Has Barstow the favourite to win the weekly title, 11-4, and that's been firm pretty much all week. Been much movement in that one. Jordan Brooks, 15-2 at the start of the night.
100.
Who wins this one, that 15-2, will be shortening drastically. Big exchange of darts coming up here. Let's see Worsley come away from there.
97.
Goes down to the open target of the 17s. Looking for the treble 17s, leave the 130. Ends up leaving the 164. We have seen a big finish in this game so far. That was done against him. As Jordan Brooks was a bit of mathematics himself.
60.
Oh, what? I don't know what he was thinking there.
John,
that was
require 164.
terrible board management. I'm just going to come right out there and say it hasn't even left himself a finish. Worsley's now got 6 starts from the 164.
Yeah, when we say a big exchange of darts, that could be the moment that lost him the game. Forget about the missed doubles in the opener. That could be the moment that lost him the game. Even going down to the 19s would have left him a shot here. And you always come back and hit the treble 20. And it just makes you feel sick, because this should be a dart at the double now.
131.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jon, you require
It took
64.
the pressure off Worsley for the 164 as well, because he knew he didn't have to hit it. Knows now he needs to hit this 64 though.
$54.
First chance has come and gone. The first match darts go the way of Jon Worsley. Jordan Brooks, though, the man
Jordan, you require 32.
I named Dartbot 501 because his consistency and composure was robotic. Robots don't deal with human emotion. They don't deal with the stress of the situation.
Game,
they
shot,
just deliver
and the match to Jordan
and
Brooks.
Get the job done. Jordan Brooks breaks the throw in the final leg. Jon Worsley will not be happy with the result there, but the performance is something that will be able to be built on. He will have another opportunity to get through, and the best thing for Jon Worsley is he got those 3 legs on the board. Jordan Brooks, though, 2 big points to kick off his campaign, and we'll see him later on when he takes on Steve Brown. But we're going to move over to Group 2 now. I'm going to check out Andy Hamilton against the favourite for the week, Chaz Barstow.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jordan Brooks has won out in our opening game of finals night here in week 1, getting the better of Jonathan Worsley by 4 legs to 3. So and that is the opening game of Group 1 completed. We begin Group 2 now with the battle between Andy Hamilton and Chaz Barstow. These two battled it out in Group B on Thursday and Friday respectively, and I caught up with both players ahead of this one. Andy, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How would you sum up your week so far?
I think overall a lot of positives there. I'm happy with the game. Couple of games I could have done better, but overall I'm happy with the game. I'm looking forward to tonight, so let's see how it goes.
Is this what the Super Series is all about, and the fact that, of course, you want to win, but you also want to find areas of performance to try and improve, maybe that you can't quite in practice?
Yeah, most of this game's all about making improvements, and if you can find 1% improvement somewhere where you think you're failing a bit, that's going to help your game massively. So don't think of the negatives, always think of positives out the game.
And of course, this evening is an added dimension to it. We have the crowd in, and we've got another 5 brilliant players in the practice room alongside yourself.
Yeah, I think we all thrive for this. This night's going to be a great night. We've got a bit of atmosphere. It's like just being on TV with the crowd behind you. I'm sure I'll react well with the pressure, so I just can't wait.
And how much would you like to be that first name into the Champions Week?
I'll just make it switch. I think I've had a great week. If we finish it off now tonight, win it, I'll be a happy man.
We wish you all the very best. Addy, good luck.
Cheers, Henry.
Chaz, welcome to finals night. It was a dramatic night yesterday to get yourself there, and you played some brilliant darts along the way.
Yeah, in the end, I struggled a bit first day. Well, really struggled. Managed to get it back second day, so I'm happy to be here.
What did you feel was the difference from the first day to the second?
I don't know, really. I just couldn't... I didn't really find my scoring, which I found the second day. I think that's all it was, really. I was maybe a bit nervous, but managed to find it in the end, so I'm happy.
Saturday night seems to be Chaz Barstow territory here at the Super Series. After everything that happened last night, I suppose it must be a little bit of a free roll, but also an opportunity for yourself.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity and a bit of a free roll, like you say. If I'm being honest, probably shouldn't be here. Rode my luck, needed a few results to go the other way, but I'll try and make the most of it.
You won a lot in Southampton on a Saturday night. It'd be your first success here in Portsmouth on a Saturday night. How much would it mean for you to win it in front of that crowd here?
Oh, it mean a lot. It's you know, we're all the same. We're all quality players. We all come in to try and win this, so it'd be amazing to win it.
We wish you all the very best, Chaz. Good luck.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you.
Andy Hamilton taking on Chaz Barstow in our second game of the evening. A first one for group number 2, a fresh group that will not affect the result of the first game. We've got Andy Hamilton, the now 55-year-old World Championship runner-up in 2020. And you probably recognise Andy Hamilton from almost every single major event from the quarterfinals onwards. Chaz Barstow, the 44-year-old from the Winchester, is sort of stood back last night and hoped it all blew over. Hope you get that reference. He shares a thing in common with Andy Hamilton, and that is that he has a win on the World Championship stage. He won his opening game with the 2022 PDC World Championship against John Norman Jr. before giving Michael van Gerwen a bit of a scare in the second round. He did win the opening set of that one, but Chaz Barstow, someone you know quite well,
thank you, ladies
on
and
a bit of a
gentlemen.
free
First
roll.
leg, it is Andy to throw
Yeah,
first.
I mean, he would be thinking that
Game
because
on.
he didn't have the greatest of runs in Group B over the Thursday and Friday, but he's here now, so needs to show everyone what he can do. Well, actually, we all know what he can do anyway. But he'll be hoping to put in a better performance that sees
140.
him deserving his spot here, or believing that he deserves his spot here for tonight.
He did mention on his interview there as well that he felt he rode his luck a little bit. And he didn't get his
100.
scoring going on the first day. I actually made reference to this myself yesterday, that across the 4 matches, Chaz Barstow only managed to get 21 darts at the double.
Wow. So what it does say is that when he had chances at doubles, he was pretty much taking them.
180.
He did manage to get 8 successful hits, but 21 darts at the double. When we compare that to people with a similar ratio like Steve Brown had, Steve Brown was having 31 darts but kept the same sort of ratio. It forced him to be very, very good on the doubles.
$134.
Andy Hamilton, someone who said he's having a great week. He's not having a great week, he's having a great 2023.
140.
14 times over
and
the 90,
47.
pushing up by the 100 at times. And that's the sort of level he's bringing here. He said this feels a little bit like a major event because you've got the big prize fund, you've got the crowd behind him.
That is
remember what
game
we said at
shot
the
and
very
the
start.
first leg.
You will
Andy
recognise Andy
Hamilton.
Hamilton from the quarterfinals and semi-finals onwards of every single major event. And to get there, it means that
Second
Andy
leg, it's
Hamilton
Chaz
has
to throw
to win.
first. Game on.
Andy Hamilton knows how to win in this environment.
Yeah, he's certainly no stranger to winning, that's for sure.
63.
I was chucked on the spot yesterday by Abigail Davies before she left us last evening, and she asked me who was going to win this, and I tried stalling and I tried
140.
thinking it through, and I went with the old Darren Brown tactic of just whatever comes in your head first, don't try and analyse it, go with what feels right, and the first name that came out of my mouth was Andy Hamilton.
100.
Who do you think's going to win this evening? I'm going to do what Abby did to me.
Yeah,
I'm going to get my own back.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Hamilton and Barstow in the final, to be honest.
Okay, that'll be
58.
So you're saying these are the two players that'll go through. So Shane McGuirk also in this group as well. They'll be taking on Andy Hamilton and Chaz Barstow a bit later on
140.
We'll sort of alternate between the groups if this is the first time you've joined us. We will update you on the group proceedings and what people need to do as the day goes on. But at the moment, it is all clean slates and it's just setting down that marker.
59. $58.
Andy Hamilton left that stage in the very early hours of this morning, actually, with defeat to Aaron Beanie. It was a solid performance from Aaron Beanie in that one. It just sort of felt like the hammer was already concentrating on this. The mind had already moved through to finals night. Yeah, for Chaz, he didn't know till the very end. He's looking at double 10.
120.
A 140 finish. He was.
And you require 167.
Joined Jordan Brooks, who filled that column up quite a bit in his opening game. 3 ton-plus checkouts. In his victory over Jon Worsley, he had a 161 in that. Not many
139
shots on the board that are above that, but the 167 is one.
Game shot and the second leg. Chaz Barstow.
Barstow makes no mistake on the double 10 there to even this match up.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He just moves over there. You'll see on the table, there's like a little pillow. What that is that's like a little chalk, like resin bag, isn't it? And it just allows any sort of sweat on the hands or any sort of moisture so he can
80.
get a good grip on the dart. Saw Keith Deller at the seniors recently using chalk on the darts. We've seen like Mensah Suljevic use one of these sort of
180.
Like Chaz Barstow.
Are you a fan of that, Matt? Is that what you use?
No, not really. I don't like the feel of
Me
different
neither.
things.
I don't like chalk at all.
Have you tried the wax before?
No, I don't like that either. Yeah, I'm
140.
Not for me.
I always find it a bit. I get the sense in these pillows because it helps with like if you get sweaty palms and sweaty fingers. But I always find the people that get like the wax for grip, I find it counterproductive because we're doing a sport where I'm not trying to hold on to it. I'm trying to release.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the last thing you want to do is have something sticking to your fingers that you're trying to throw into such a small target like the treble
123.
Which Hamilton seems to be finding quite nicely so far.
He has found plenty of treble 20s this week with the 180s.
57.
26 180s
and
so
you require
far.
158.
Add the one he's got tonight, that is 27 maximums. 19 of them came in Group A campaign. Another one of them leaves him a shot at double 19.
120.
And if that would have gone, we would have been spoiled by big finishers so far tonight.
I'm happy to be spoiled with big finishes all night.
Well, Group B
94.
wasn't the group for the finish, it was Group
and
C.
you require 38.
Where we had so many of those big finishers. But this one will count just the same. Double 16. Chaz Barstow breathing down his neck.
That is game shot
Andy
and
Hamilton
the third leg.
holds on to
Andy
his throwing
Hamilton.
15 darts. A good quality game of darts between two players that have a success on the very
Fourth
biggest
leg, it's Chaz
of
to throw
stages
first.
in
Game
this
on.
world.
Absolutely, and you can see that just looking at their averages for the minute. Both of them are averaging
180
over 100 at this point in time. Another 180 there for the match for Chaz.
Are we going to have one of those Michael Van Gerwen, Michael Smith World Championship final legs?
180.
Could you imagine? No, we're not. In short, no.
Well, I did try to compare
100.
it to the best leg of darts that has ever existed. We might just have to settle for one player being on the 9.
That's fine by me.
Maybe one player completing the 9.
123.
Oh, just slipped to the side into the treble 1. And now the attention moves solely to winning this leg.
123.
It's like they're mirroring each other here.
Do you think there's any chance we could just extend this game a little bit more? Because these two are really complementing each other. The pace is really suiting.
$134. Chaz, you require 98.
You're watching a treat of a fixture. Combined averages at the moment could be up to Super Series record levels.
Oh, an unfortunate miss there for Chaz. Wanted the 54 to leave 24.
42.
Dad's
Andy,
left
you require
himself
64.
56, and now he's relying on Hamilton to miss this 64, just so he can have a shot at the 56 to hold throw.
Got a feeling that's not going to be a profitable tactic when the hammer is in this sort of form. Sets himself, composes himself. Are we about to see the first Andy Hamilton roar?
48.
Well, fell short here, so
Chaz, you
Chaz
require
has been given an
56.
opportunity that he probably didn't expect, so... Oh, taking a step back himself.
36. Andy, you require 16.
One too high, one too low.
Interesting you said a chance he probably didn't expect. Being here in general was a chance he thought he'd blown on the opening day when he only got 2 points.
Game shot and the fourth leg.
2 points
Andy
is where
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton is racing towards. Now the attention kind of goes to a little side task for Andy Hamilton, because not only is this about
Fifth
2
leg, it is
points,
Andy to throw first.
but
Game
if
on.
he can get this leg, hold his throw, record a 4-1 victory here over Chaz Barstow, the formula to qualify through to the semi-finals is 2 points plus a legs difference.
99.
A positive legs difference. If he is to win this one, he will only need 2 legs off of Shane McGuirk to confirm his place in the
58.
semi-final lineup.
The way he's playing at the minute, I don't think that he really needs to worry about that, because, I mean, he's still averaging, you know, in excess of 107 at the moment. Going to drop below that now. with this shot.
85.
But yeah, playing some fantastic darts. Chaz himself has just dropped below the 100.
100.
Playing well, but it's very hard to keep tabs when a man throwing 107 average throughout the match. And if this is the first time you've seen Andy Hamilton for a while and you're thinking, where's Andy Hamilton been? And is this a performance that is greater than expectation? No, Andy Hamilton's actually been playing some very good darts. Over at Q School and on the Challenge Tour. He actually won a Challenge Tour title at the back end of last year. And he's finding some really good form, despite the fact being 55 years old now. And I put that down to the care and attention that he puts into things. He spoke in his interview about the 1% and that difference. I think he's had more than 1% benefit in terms of his approach, in the fact that he's now
26.
about half the size. We walked in the other day with Aaron Bean and he says, where's the rest of you?
Yeah. He's definitely looking fitter and healthier.
60. Andy, you require 154.
No, we're not hitting a treble there. Andy's now got 6 starts off the 154, so doesn't need to take it out in 3, which is lucky because we're not going to see that happen.
But this is the worst situation
64.
to be in here for Chaz Barstow, when you see your opponent miss and you're not in a position to take advantage. Call that the Rob Cross scenario, because he said it doesn't matter who throws first.
And you require
just
90.
Be there.
And a bit unlucky for Chaz there with that last start bounce out.
The ball.
Game,
to
shot,
complete a
and
fantastic
the match to Andy
performance there from
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton. Chaz Barstow can only applaud and congratulate his opponent. Chaz Barstow played extremely well in that one. Darts, that we would normally say is the standard to win the night. 95.91 the average for Barstow, but Andy Hamilton registers his first ton-plus average of the week. He knows how to win these sort of events. He knows how to win titles. Is he going to add a Super Series weekly title to his Roll of Honour? We will find out later on tonight, but before we get to the very end, we've got to go back to Group 1. We're going to see Jordan Brooks taking on Steve Brown.
Wow, what a performance that was from Andy Hamilton there to seal success against Chaz Barstow. That was a scintillating game made for a Saturday night here at the Super Series. Let's have a look at the averages from that one, because Andy Hamilton posted an average in excess of a ton, just under 102. Chaz Barstow himself averaged just under 96, had 2 maximums in that match, but it was the 1 from 5 on the doubles which came to cost him in the end. But 4 out of 8 for Andy Hamilton, a really, really good start to his campaign. Well, next up for us, it's our next game in Group 1. It's going to see Jordan Brooks in action up against Steve Brown. It's the first time we've seen the Bristolian here this evening, so let's get his thoughts ahead of finals night. Steve, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. It's been quite the week for yourself.
Yeah, no, I've enjoyed it. Obviously, I was in Group A at the start of the week, so obviously the objective was to get through. Hopefully the number 1 spot, in the number 1 spot, but if not, obviously the fallback was getting to Group B. So play on the evenings, Thursday and Friday, which I've done. So yeah, I was quite happy with the week.
What would be your overall assessment of your performances so far?
Started slow Monday. Sort of found my tempo, found my groove. Obviously, this is a very different environment to what I'm used to playing on, or have been for a long time. So, really sort of found my feet as the week went on. So I was happy with my performance on Thursday, and obviously, we had the car crash on the way here. I didn't really feel the effects of that on Thursday night, but as you may know, within accidents like that, you don't really feel it for 24 hours. So I really felt it last night. I feel a bit better today, so I think mind over matter today for me.
I was going to say, how are you feeling now? Because we saw at points last night, just looked a little bit of discomfort perhaps with your back.
Yeah, sort of from my neck, sort of spinal cord really, and yeah, I was in a lot of pain yesterday, so I fought through it. So if yesterday I was at say 40%, today I'd say a 60, 65. So like I said, mind over matter. I've had a nice relaxing afternoon, sort of watching over my best performances this week, so sort of reminding myself of the tempo and the attitude that I had then. So,
how big an opportunity is this for you tonight?
Oh, it's huge, absolutely massive. So, forget the money. It's for just about getting that winning feeling up on this really important stage now. And this is, obviously, everybody aims to play in the PDC, but there's only 128 seats at that top table. So, this is the next best thing. So, yeah, can't wait.
We wish you all the very best. Steve, good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Jordan Brooks versus Steve Brown. Jordan Brooks, we've seen already tonight, he registered a 4-3 victory over Jon Worsley, so he's already done his first part of this, which is get 2 points on the board. If he can end this with a plus legs difference, he would be automatically through. Steve Brown will be hoping for points on the board himself, the 42-year-old from Bristol. We heard about the issues he had in getting here yesterday. We saw the post on his social media account on Twitter where he mentioned there's nothing like a bit of whiplash on the way to the darts. His partner only had the car for 1 week and they got into a bit of a bump, and like he says, those sort of things do take 24 hours to really register, and you could see yesterday even a lot of discomfort around the back right hip, and he was sort of lunging and throwing himself into the board quite a bit.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Jordan to throw first. Game on.
Sure, Jordan Brooks would have seen that and watched that and been very well aware of that, but he's looking and moving a little bit better tonight, Steve Brown. He said in his interview that yesterday he felt like 40%, and today feels 60-65. Do you feel that 65% is enough to get through this group?
Well, as he also said, it's mind over matter. So, you know, he could really just focus on what he needs to do, and he could put in, because he is concentrating so well, he could put in even better performance. You just don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. He has been getting quite a lot of support back at home in Bristol at his bar 501. And have been having quite a bit of success from 60. That bar. The bar owned by Steve Brown and Mark Dudbridge. Mark Dudbridge through to the quarterfinals of the Seniors World Championship, currently taking place at the Circus
60.
Tavern. So plenty for Bristol to shout about. I do understand that there's a couple of people made the trip down here to support Steve Brown from those bars that are run by himself and Mark Dudbridge. Darting
100.
bars. Have you managed to venture that way at any point?
I can't say that I have, to be honest, Matt.
Really good nights down there. They run a lot of tournaments and events.
96.
Now affiliated with the ADC as well, which is who Steve Brown is here representing this week. Seen a lot of success from the ADC qualifiers over the last series. Really good system.
140.
Developing and bringing some good players here to the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, it's great. Anything that can create opportunities for dart players is an amazing thing.
174. Jordan, you require 101.
We've seen this already tonight. It was Jordan that taken out that shot. But you take out 3. It was the 101, the 102, the 161.
49. Steve, you require 74.
Steve Brown, an opportunity here to get an early break of throw.
58.
He's moving better.
Jordan, you require
He's throwing
52.
better. He might be about to go 1-0 down.
That is game shot and the first leg. Jordan Brooks.
Jordan has been quite clinical on that double 16.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I like the camera staying with Jordan Brooks there because he's really catching my eye the way he's moving around the stage.
41.
I mentioned about Steve Brown, sort of gives off this vibe and this aura of confidence, but Right now, I'm getting that from Jordan Brooks. He's almost got a bit of a strut about him.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from there because I did notice that myself. He does look very confident.
I think he's a guy who, A, looks really confident, but B, is really enjoying himself.
57.
That is a recipe for success.
Well, I mean, he should be enjoying himself. He's won his first match of the evening, so...
180.
Match there.
140.
I found it interesting that Steve said in his pre-match interview as well that he was looking back on his matches from earlier in the week and his better matches and, you know, what his tempo was like, what he was doing, you know, to try and get a feel for that again for this evening. As a dart player, I do find that interesting to watch yourself back. I could never think of anything worse than watching
38
that I've played and I would never even consider it.
You know, I don't like to do it in games I've lost, so I've only watched about 2.
I bet you've watched that 170 peg a million times, haven't you?
If only there was the footage available of that.
That's game shot and the second leg. Jordan Brooks.
Lee Shewan isn't even here. That's the player that Jordan Brooks played in the World Championship. Jordan Brooks takes out
leg, it's
the
Jordan
1-2-1. And that is
game
4 ton-plus finishes so far. And Lee Shewan's probably sat at home now going, I'll take it. You're crediting me the 1-2-1. I'll have it.
Blinked and we missed that.
140.
Yeah, but just goes to show the incredible finishing power of Brooks here. I mean, his combination finishing, anything over 100 has been fantastic.
60.
You mentioned about watching his games back and trying to get that pace in and the positivity of it. Now, the reason a lot for that, and
81.
why people do like to do that, is because when you're in the zone, as it is known, and you're in that vibe. If I was to ask you now, how did you feel when you played your very best ever game of darts? You probably won't be able to recall any of it. It was just a blur because you're there, you're living in that moment, you're not analysing it, you're not thinking if I do this or don't, it just exists, it's just happening. And that tells me that Steve Brown has got into that vibe at certain points this week where he just can't remember what was happening, there's bits missing, and he just wants to watch it back
58.
just to try and see if he can replicate or if there's anything within his mannerisms or within his throw or within the pace that he can try and force that to the forefront.
$58.
Well, Brooks has left himself another ton-plus finish here with the 1-2-2, which he will have the opportunity to come back
140.
And take out. Brown's put a little bit of pressure
Jordan
on that with that 140, leaving himself
122.
103. But will he have a shot at it? That is the question.
Well, if the recent history is anything to go by, the likelihood is no. It's a dart at the ball. Steps back, composes himself. Double checks. Make sure. We've seen players in the past go for the wrong doubles. Not Jordan Brooks.
That is game shot and the third leg. Jordan Brooks.
Do you need a bigger piece of paper?
Wow. So a 1-2-1 and a 1-2-2 in this match. To go with the 101 and the 102.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
And the 161.
Game on.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I was nearly forgetting about that 161. So I think maybe his next match he might start at 141 and then 142.
57.
He's gone up by 20 so far.
He has won 7 legs today. 5 of them have been with ton-plus checkouts. And I like the way you said in his next game, because that means you already feel like he's going to be going through this group.
Well, he's 3-0 up in his second match here. So, I mean, he's going to be ahead on legs, isn't he? He would be, wouldn't he?
He had a 4-3 in his opening game. So if he was to lose this 4-3, he'll be on 0 legs. Right. So he could still go out. I think it's highly unlikely. This is why we call him the Dartbot.
59.
Although, that is the first little mini error there for Jordan Brooks. If he'd have used the 17s, like Steve Brown's left the 3-4-4.
120.
That means you're potentially 6 darts away.
It's not the first mini error because we saw him hit a 20 off 183 to leave himself 163 in his first match.
I meant in this game.
Yeah,
I'm going to save myself. The first mini error in this game. And if there was more, I'd have just said this leg. I would have found a way out of it.
Yeah, of course.
83.
Steve Brown trying to find a way out of this situation. 3-0 down. The worst thing that can happen in these early games is you lose heavy.
Yeah. Let's not forget that Steve Brown did have the first 2 darts at a double in the first leg. Had the 2 darts off the 74. Missed that. Then Brooks came and hit the 52.
100.
And then from there, we've seen the 1-2-1 and the 1-2-2.
Let's call that error number 3 there for Jordan Brooks, not switching down to the
44.
19s earlier to keep all 3 darts active. Ended up leaving himself on a big bogey with a 159.
$58. Steve, you require 40.
Oh, that was a bit off target there.
8.
Not able to correct it either. So
Jordan, you require
giving Brooks
101.
an opportunity for another ton plus checkout here, and we've seen how good he is on them. Nine for the 32.
That's
And
game
there
shot
it is.
and the match.
A
Jordan
101
Brooks.
checkout for a 4-0 win to Jordan Brooks. What fantastic finishing.
Jordan Brooks, 3 big ton plus checkouts there. He had 3 big ton plus checkouts in his last match as well. Jordan Brooks is through. He is the first name into the semi-finals, highlighted with that 1-2-2 finish. A 4-0 victory over Steve Brown, who can still go through himself. He will be taking on Jonathan Worsley later on in a straight shootout. The winner goes through. That is essentially now a quarter-final clash between those two as we move our attention over to group number 2, where Chaz Barstow will be taking on Shane McGuirk in a few minutes' time.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a night Jordan Brooks is having here at the Live Lounge. He's won 8 legs this evening, 6 of them with ton-plus checkouts, and he's got over the line against Steve Brown by 4 legs to nil. Really good performance, 100% on the doubles, 3 ton-plus checkouts, as I say, a 96 average. Steve Brown himself, an 85.68 average. That's not to be sniffed at all. 5 140 pluses, but he didn't get the opportunity to win a leg in that match. So his final game of the group against Jon Worsley is basically going to be a shootout to see who goes through to the semi-finals here at the MODUS Super Series. Brooks is through. You can watch all the action unfold. And this time last week, we crowned the champion under this roof. The confetti was falling for Raymond Smith, who got the better of Matt Clark in the final by 4 legs to 3. Let's relive all the action in the company of Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson.
That does not guarantee that this one will, but the way that
Game
Clark has
on.
performed in this final, when he's thrown first, has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts, 12 winners, 6
41
down to the finals night, down to 4 for the semi-final, and now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series, and it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180, he's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, one treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden, you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You can hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week, maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith's now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all away, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
100.
That was dangerous. That was a gamble.
You require 96.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it. Raymond Smith is the man. The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done. £20,000 belongs to him. The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time. And he doesn't even want to keep his own darts. He's given them to a fan in the front row, but now he can afford a new set.
Raymond Smith taking the trophy for Australia last week here at the MODUS Super Series, and a very proud man to pick up that title as well. Well, we're in the first week of the third rotation to see who's going to pick up the £20,000 first prize. We're into finals night here at the Super Series, and our 4th game of this evening sees Chaz Barstow in action up against Shane McGuirk. Barstow lost his opening game to Andy Hamilton, who put in a ton-topping average to get through. He takes on McGuirk, who finished top of Group C on Thursday and Friday, and early on this evening, I caught up with the Irishman. Shane, welcome to finals night. How would you sum up your week here at the Super Series?
I think it was started off a bit rough. I think it's clear to say that didn't claim my best darts come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. In patches, maybe I did, but then I decided that. Well, we went for a practice on Wednesday night. We went to a local competition around here, and it was good. It was good relaxation. You know, you got to relax and practice, and then come in Thursday morning. I felt really fresh, like I was going to do something, and luckily I won 5 games so the first day.
Obviously, that Wednesday into Thursday, if you don't qualify directly through Group A, you go into another group onto 0 points. Did the fact that you did that and knowing that you had a fresh start on Thursday, that just kind of almost helped clear your mindset a little bit?
Yeah, it's just a reset button, isn't it, really? Like, you just restart, you go again, and you just hope that this time it goes differently for you. I finished 4th in the group after the first couple of days. Wasn't the worst, wasn't, you know, I was happy enough that I won a good few games, and then I set myself up for the rest of the week, and I'm here now, and I'm happy to be here.
And how much can you draw the confidence, especially on Thursday, into tonight's session?
Yeah, it's I think darts is it's all on the day, really, isn't it? Like, you can play well one day, play poor the next day, but I believe in myself, and I think that it can happen, and hopefully it does happen tonight.
And finally, what a way to start 2023 would it be to get yourself here into Champions Week and to have the $5,000 in your bank account?
Yeah, it's everyone wants it, doesn't it? Everyone wants to be a part of Champions Week. But you have to get through this one first, and my goal was to qualify for tonight, and I've done that, so that's one off the bucket list. So we move on now, try to get tonight over and done with and get into Champions Week.
We see how we get on. Shane, good luck.
Thanks.
The goal for the 27-year-old Shane McGuirk was to get through to finals night, and here he is. He is in finals night, and he has an opportunity here to qualify by winning this game. That is because Chaz Barstow has already played tonight when he went down 4-1 to a rampant Andy Hamilton, the 44-year-old, the Prince from Winchester, taking on Shane McGuirk, the 27-year-old, the Arrow, who has improved as the week has gone on. I think it was quite a fair assessment from Shane McGuirk in his interview there to say he sort of played bits across the first couple of days, but we saw his absolute best in Group C. It was an 84.33 average when he took part in Group A. That rose to a near 88 in Group C, and part of that will be down to the fact that he is the biggest.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it is Chaz to throw first. Game on.
When it comes to that 180 column, 30 180s so far this week. Just to give you a bit of context, until games was played tonight, the closest players to him, 27, Steve Brown, 26, Andy Hamilton.
That's an interesting stat there. That is quite a lot of 180s, but what that says to me is that it just proves that 180s don't win matches. It's hitting those doubles that do. So to have hit that many 180s and then
21.
Yeah, not got through on Group A, gone through to Group C. Yeah.
Are you sure he wasn't like just standing around the back of the stage watching all these games from like a hidden corner of the room? Because that's exactly the story of Group A, and we picked this up in Group A, that it was the doubles and the missed opportunities. On day one, he had 13 successful hits out of 36 darts. On day two, he kept the 13 successful hits, but he had 52 darts at the double.
Yeah.
So he had 16 more efforts at the double, but didn't register any extra hits. And then on day three, he had 50 darts at the double. You're probably expecting that I'm going to say he hit around 18 to 20. He hit 10.
42. Shane, you require 161.
In terms of who this one means more for, it'll be Chaz Barstow.
99.
He wins or he is out.
Yeah, it's come to a must-win situation here for Chaz.
139. Shane, you require 62.
He had a reset that he said, separating up Group A from Group C campaigns.
Game shot and the
Group
first
C
leg.
campaign
Shane
was much more
McGuirk.
successful for him. Has he done that reset again, ready for tonight? Part of that reset was going to an event you know quite well, a local event.
Second leg,
tournament that happens just down the road.
Yes, that is it. I was going to mention that it must have been the good practice that he got at our local Phoenix Club Wednesday night league darts. Yeah.
59.
It's
Very well attended, that, isn't it, by some big names?
It is, yes. It's always been that way for, as long as I've been going now, which
93.
is quite a while now. But yeah, very good event. And, local to here. And it's good that these players can have the opportunity to be able to go there. And, I mean, mind you, if I'd been playing darts all day, I probably wouldn't want to go and play on a Wednesday night. But
180.
seems to have served them well.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't be doing that myself, but it served him quite well because it actually managed to get him a game
82.
against the reigning World Cup champion in Simon Whitlock, and I believe he had a couple of match darts. I believe it was 4-3 to the Wizard on that occasion, and maybe the confidence of coming close to someone who's holding one of those big PDC titles at the moment might have just gave him the belief that he can go into that Group C and take it apart.
180.
As the 180 cards thrust into the air once again. Second time in this match, but we're getting treated tonight.
58.
We're seeing some
Chance
big
you require,
finishes,
146.
some big 180s. Get that notebook out, because we might be about to write down
120.
another.
Oh, only a wire in it there.
148.
Well, another one of those for Shane. Yep, double 14. Oh,
134.
Wrong side of the wire for him as well.
Chaz, you require 26.
Imagine Chaz Barstow's mind at that point would have just been thinking, oh, here we go. Especially after running into that performance from the hammer. You can see the frustration.
14.
You can see what he
Shane, you
knows.
require
That
14.
situation was an opportunity to get back the break.
That's game shot. And the second leg, Shane McGuirk.
Well, Shane certainly seems to be doing better on the doubles than what he has
Third
done
leg, it's Chaz to throw
so
first.
far this week.
Game on.
Running on about 50%, I'd say. Somewhere near that, 40% maybe.
140.
Yeah, 2 from 5 for Shane McGuirk in this one. He did have a 4 from 4 on his record this week. That was in his 4th game on Thursday.
125.
That was when he went 5 wins, winning all of his matches. 98.56 average when he did that 4 from 4, which
140.
just confirms that scoring power. Shane McGuirk when he really gets on song. But Barstow has been backed into the corner. Lost his opening game 4-1 as well, so even with victory here, going to need a little bit of a favour in the legs column when
93.
Shane McGuirk takes on Andy Hamilton, but that's all for later. Right now, Chaz Barstow just needs to get the win, get the points, and give himself the opportunity.
81. Chaz, you require 128.
Well, a long way off the treble 20 he was looking for there.
76. Shane, you require 161.
Able to leave it handy with the 52. But will he get an opportunity?
114. Chance you require 52.
Not incredibly close to the bullseye there. We've already seen a 161 tonight. That would have made the second.
Yeah, he got the line right, didn't he? He just didn't get the
32.
weight of the dart right. He dropped it low.
Shane, you require 47.
Height a little bit higher on that one. We just saw the second 161 of the night. Jordan Brooks taking one out earlier on, but the 47 just as important for Shane McGuirk. We all want to do it with flashy finishes, but sometimes these ones are
31.
just as important.
Chance you require 20.
Chaz Barstow, opportunity to save his campaign.
That's game shot and the
There's a
third
big
leg.
exchange
Chaz
of darts there.
Barstow.
A couple of darts for Shane McGuirk. In fact, 3 darts if we include the bullseye as well. For Shane McGuirk to have taken a 3-0 lead in this, and that would have been a double breaker throw.
First.
Yeah,
Game on.
because for Chaz, that was just a holder throw. And a 3, coming back from 3-0 is a lot more difficult than what it is at 2-1. I mean, it's only
60.
1 leg difference, but it's a incredible difference in terms of being able to get back into a match and being able to win it.
137.
Just look how it changes. Chaz Barstow is now walking with a bit of purpose, a little bit of spring in the step. It's just a little bit of
60.
confidence, a little bit of belief now, rather than a little bit of hope.
180.
And that's the thing, though. It's not like he's playing terribly. He is playing well. It was those few missed starts there off the 146 that then, you know, cost him.
45.
And just averaging shy of a ton here.
Here he's outperforming Shane McGuirk if you're looking at this from an averager's point of view.
140.
That 140 pushes Chaz Barstow over the 100 average now, up to 102. Which, if this continues, you've got to think he's going to get an opportunity here to get this one won.
180. Chaz, you require
Mr. 180 this week. Well, he's in his second maximum, but still keeps him a long way off.
24.
Chaz Barstow has found a lot of success on this
you
double
require
10.
156.
Yeah, and this is where his game is being let down at the minute. It's all this chasing of doubles. And he's only
60.
1 from about 8 at the moment,
Chaz, you
I would
require
say.
20.
Oh, can't get much closer without being in.
Can't get much
No.
closer to the wall either. The
Yeah.
distance he's had to come across
Shane,
there.
you require 96.
Shane McGuirk missed 3 darts in the last leg. Chaz Barstow returns the favour. And we're going back into that zone of opportunity
64.
past the parcel.
Chaz, you require 20. That's game shot and the 4th leg.
There
Chaz
it is,
Barstow.
back to an even match. And yeah, Chaz really couldn't have afforded to be able to miss that there, because you wouldn't like to think he'd be given another opportunity.
5th leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
And in moments in situations like this, you start looking into the history of what players have done to see if they've crossed that line before. And we know that Shane
57.
McGuirk, to get himself into the semi-finals, just needs to win this game by whatever scoreline. We can see that in the archives of Shane McGuirk's darting career, there's a couple of titles in there, one of them being a PDC Development Tour
140.
title in 2019. And you can imagine in 2019 the level of competition they had to face in order to pick up one of those titles. He's also got
28.
one on the BDO WDF side. This was just last year in 2022, the FCD Anniversary Men's Open. He beat Andy Batens of Belgium in the final of that, a fine player.
180.
You can also see on the Roll of Honour players such as Andy Batens himself, who looked to go back-to-back on the titles, but also a former Grand Slam champion in Jose de Souza.
I'm not going to even ask what the
180.
FCD Anniversary Open Men's event is. Can't say that I've heard of it.
140.
This is what champions do. When they are asked questions, they find the answers. No one wins a title without being able to play these sort of darts under
100.
pressure.
Shane,
And
you
after just
require
9
41.
darts, Shane McGuirk has an opportunity to re-break the throw and regain the advantage.
That is game shot and the 5th leg. Shane McGuirk. Sixth leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
This is the 6th leg of the match, and there have already been 6 180s shared evenly across the pair, 3 apiece. Both players producing some good performances
60.
here. If Chaz Barstow is to go on to lose this one, you've got to feel for him a little bit, because Andy Hamilton had a 10+ average against him in the first game, and now Shane McGuirk running at a 95.
Yeah, but Chaz will be disappointed in himself in that he has
59.
created a lot of opportunities for himself with darts at doubles and just not being able to find them.
Yeah, 12 opportunities at the double for Chaz Barstow, only been able to convert 2 of those. I mean, functionality-wise, it's not affected it too much because a lot of those missed darts at a double came in one leg that he actually won in the end anyway.
140.
What it does do is unsettle you a little bit more. This is the leg that if Shane McGuirk wins, he is through. Both him and Andy Hamilton will qualify through group number 2. Then we've got a straight shootout
41.
in Group 1 between Steve Brown and Jon Worsley. That'll be a cracking little game coming up next.
140.
Makes it a lot easier for us sitting here knowing it's a straight shootout than trying to figure out all the permutations as to what could happen.
Yeah, keep it simple.
139.
We like to watch and what the players need to do. This would be a mighty shot. Tops.
That's game
what
shot and the sick flag.
What timing.
Barstow.
Come on, you hear from Chaz Barstow. That is a tournament-saving finish for Chaz Barstow. How important will that be come the end of the night? Because if Chaz Barstow is to follow your prediction of making the final, we may be talking about that moment in an hour's time, in an hour and a half, in 2 hours, maybe even
59.
if he's lifting the giant novelty check.
That is the first time that he's hit top so far as well. Well, in this match anyway, I can't remember from the first match, but yeah, he's chased that all around. But when he really needed it, it came through.
No better time to do it than when you're chasing down a tumpless finish and your opponent's about to step up for a 2-darter. 2-darter that would have sealed the match, a 2-darter that would have sealed his qualification and eliminated Chaz Barstow. Even with victory here from Chaz Barstow, he could still be eliminated. He lost 4-1 to the Hammer.
59.
So a victory here will still keep him on a negative leg difference. Which would mean Shane McGuirk, he was to beat Andy
140.
Hamilton a certain scoreline, which we will let you know if that situation arises. He could still knock Barstow out of position.
And this is what I was talking about with all the various permutations, and it makes it so difficult to work out what's going to happen. It's just easier if we know you win, you're through. If you don't, you're out.
And that's sometimes why the players struggle a little bit with this sort of format, because other than the Super Series and maybe the Grand Slam of darts, I can't think of another example of an event where this sort of this group stage environment.
No, you're right.
120.
Doesn't happen very often at all, and it is something that we talk quite a lot about in the commentary box here at the MODUS Super Series, about how it is a lot different. And sometimes it does, you're right, it does play with the players' minds because they start thinking about
45.
All the other things that could
141.
happen as opposed to just thinking, I just need to win and that's it.
Bounce out in the last dart for Shane McGuirk. Very important because this dart now would be at a treble for a dart at the bull. That bounce out forcing him into a 2-treble combination.
118.
This no harder than the 106. It is a treble to a single to tops.
98. Shane, you require
you hear
48.
the moans and groans. That was a big opportunity there to get the win, and Shane McGuirk now looking at double 8 to book his place in the semi-finals. How much will that affect Shane McGuirk? That was not the intended target. He wanted the single. Does that rattle him?
And the match,
No.
Shane McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk finds the double 8 and finds himself a place in the semi-final. Chaz Barstow dug deep, fought to the very end. 2 good performances from Chaz Barstow, and he can take a lot of credit in his performance. But for this week, Chaz Barstow is out. Shane McGuirk and Andy Hamilton progress through Group 2. Who will progress through Group 1? We're going to find out after the break when Steve Brown takes on Jon Worsley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here from the live lounge in Portsmouth, where we have just seen Chaz Barstow eliminated from the group stage action following defeat there to Shane McGuirk. Barstow had one match start to get the game won against the Irishman, who averaged 93. Chaz Barstow's played well this evening, but hasn't managed to get through. Also had a 106 checkout en route, but defeats to Hamilton, defeats to McGuirk means that Chaz Barstow will leave the competition at this stage. So McGuirk and Hamilton will play in the final game of Group 2 to determine the placings of where they're going to be in the semi-finals. But next up here in Group 1, it is the final game of the group that will determine who is going to join Jordan Brooks into the final four from it. It sees Jon Worsley take on Steve Brown, both defeated by Jordan Brooks in their opening games. Brooks, who's had 6-ton-plus finishes this season, really has been impressive, hasn't he? So it is our final game of Group 1 between the pair to see who is going to make their way into the semi-final. And so let's get it on in the company of Corinne Hammond and Matthew Edgar.
Big showdown. Whole week for both of these players. They joined us on Monday in Group A. They have been here for 5 days. This is day 6 of action. Steve Brown not feeling the pressure of the situation. He's more than happy to stand and have a chat with friends and family in the crowd. But in a few minutes' time, this is going to be serious business. There is prize money on the line here, getting through to the semi-finals. More than doubles the prize pool that they have already achieved so far for this week. And the race to 4 will be commencing. The 42-year-old from Bristol, bomber Steve Brown, a man who is more known at the moment for the running of darts more than the throwing of them. He can still throw some good darts. Jon Worsley hasn't thrown some darts for a couple of days now in competition because he won Group A, and by winning Group A gives him that Thursday and Friday off. And how often do we see people win that Group A and then come and not reach the semi-final stage? Will Jon Worsley fall down that trap? Both these players fell down the Jordan Brooks trap.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it is Steve to throw first. Game on.
But that was an almighty trapdoor. Jordan Brooks, really impressive in his couple of games so far. 3-ton-plus finishes in both of those matches.
Yeah, unbelievable finishing there. I mean, and that's what we all want, isn't it? Just that consistency on the finishing, which you have called him Mr.
66.
Consistency.
There's a reason he's now known as the Dart Bot. We want to get rid of the Sheriff. Dartbot 501. There's robots.
81.
Don't read the human emotion and the situation. They just keep delivering and keep giving you the desired outcome. And we'll see if Jordan Brooks can do that all the way over the finishing line.
121.
Steve Brown did have a bit of a car accident, which we alluded to earlier, and he mentioned in his own interview. But no signs of that today, which is nice to see. You don't want to see someone get through to Saturday night and have their opportunities hampered. He did say he's about 60% tonight rather than the 40% he felt last night. But certainly, as in terms of the action, it looks like that reviewing that he did, where he watched back his games to get the pacing of it right, seems to have done him some good.
Yeah, I mean, he, played well in his match against Jordan Brooks, but as we talked about, Brooks was almost unplayable in terms of his finishing. Once he had that opportunity to hit a double, he took it. He was 100% on his doubles in that match.
Jon Worsley opted not to go to Q School this year, so you feel
140.
that this for Jon Worsley would be the biggest achievement that he could do, really, in terms of 2023, getting through to Champions Week and having an opportunity at the £20,000 star prize.
82.
Yeah, absolutely, because obviously not going to Q School has taken away his opportunity to play
42.
Tour. Oh, and a missed start.
John, you require 82.
Steve Brown, which gives Jon Worsley the opportunity to finish up the 82 himself.
Yeah, same route for Jon Worsley, the 25 all bull, 17 for the tops.
42.
And a missed opportunity for both players. Steve Brown, because he's got the advantage of the throw in this one. This is where it comes down to it. When the scoring's level between the two players, you just get that extra opportunity on the double.
20. John, you require 40. That is game shot and the first leg, Jon Worsley.
20 darter there for Jon Worsley to take the opening leg. A breaker throw here against Steve Brown, who scratches his head. Missed
Second
opportunities.
leg is John to throw first.
4 darts
Game
there
on.
for Steve Brown. But it is a straight shootout match situation. It doesn't matter if it's 4-0, 4-3. The legs mean
100.
nothing. It is just a race to 4. Winner goes through to the semi-finals. A lineup that is already starting to take a little bit of shape. We know we lost Chaz Barstow. We've got Andy Hamilton and Shane McGuirk through to the semi-finals. We also know we've got Jordan Brooks going through to the semi-finals. So
66.
This is our last place available. We'll know our full semi-final lineup. We will still play another match after this, Shane McGuirk versus Andy Hamilton, and that will have its
60.
own interests because there is no bull-ups in these games, and the group winner gets the advantage of throw. So we could say that Shane McGuirk, Andy Hamilton is like the biggest bull-up you'll ever see.
180.
Yeah, and it's also going to determine who plays whom.
Yeah, and that advantage of throw we saw kind of come into play, didn't we, in the opening leg of this, where Steve Brown got first dib at that double. But you feel like Worsley is going to get first dib in this leg with Steve Brown back on 185.
99.
That would be for a 2-0 lead. What can Steve apply? That is the perfect dart, really, for Steve Brown.
100.
He would have expected more
John,
than
you
100 on
require
that
56.
situation. I know I certainly did. It's tops for the one ball.
16.
Oh, they are right
Steve, you require
on the wire. He
85.
couldn't have got any closer than that.
No, fine margins.
45.
Same result for Brown again there.
John, you require 40.
Missed starts at tops.
That's game
I
shot
think
and
you
the
can
second
tell
leg, Jon
who's here
Worsley.
to support Steve Brown, because you can see the agony on the faces of the people to the right-hand side. They are living this situation with Steve.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And when you sat watching, you can feel more frustrated than the player who's actually playing, because they'll be thinking Steve Brown could be 2-0 up rather than 2-0 down.
Yeah, sometimes I think it is worse to watch than what it is to play, to be honest.
You don't really get the opportunity to affect it, do you, when you're sort of sat at the side watching?
55.
Especially when you know what that player is capable of, a player like Steve Brown, the qualities that he
100.
possesses. Family and friends will be like, I see you do that every single day. Why didn't it happen on that moment?
41.
But as players, we know that there'll be no one more disappointed than Steve himself.
140.
He'll be disappointed, and he'll be disappointed whilst trying to turn the game around at the same time, which makes it quite a hard little task. But he's finding a way to do that. He leaves himself 136 points after just 9 darts, stranding Jonathan Worsley all the way back in the 400s.
60. Steve, you require
And
136.
that still keeps Worsley 9 darts away from being able to finish. I was just about to say, how
128.
often do we see that when a player struggles on a finish, all of a sudden they find a massive finish in a combination checkout?
Yeah, well, he's still got at least 6 starts off this 8. And, you know, double 4 is one of those really tricky ones. Like,
Steve, you require 8.
It's a quick trip to double 1 from there, especially with first starts like that.
4.
Well, didn't go inside the 2 there, so now we're back for the double 2 next time around. But yeah, all it takes is one inside the wire, and then it's back up to the madhouse, as we like to call it.
So it's a quick ride. Some people describe it as a taxi ride.
60.
And that's something that
Steve, you
Brown
require 4.
will want to avoid and to start that, he's going to have to start hitting doubles, or he's going to be needing a taxi ride pretty soon to take him back to Bristol.
Yeah, I mean, he's already had 12 darts at a double in this match and not been able to find one of them.
No score. Jon, you require
Just
147.
bashed into the darts that was already there. He didn't like the line that came across, and this is a frustration for Worsley when you're all the way back here. In a leg that your opponent's not taken the opportunities, but Steve Brown turns away.
That's game
He
shot and the
expected
third
the
leg.
147 to
Jon
go.
Worsley.
Jon Worsley apologises. Can't believe that he was even given that opportunity, and then adds to this roll of honour of incredible finishes
Fourth leg,
tonight.
it's Jon to throw first.
That one,
Game on.
probably more so than some of the ones we've seen. The double treble combination to the double, but in the context of importance, that is a second break of throw, and it gives him 4 opportunities to get a place in the
95.
semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked earlier in that leg when Steve Brown had the shot at the 136.
180.
And said, how often do you see players who have had trouble hitting doubles then hit that checkout? But, you know, how often do we see players who are nowhere in a match, then nowhere in a leg,
85.
sorry, I should say, and then one person keeps missing and then they get the opportunity to come through and finish off that leg exactly like Worsley did there.
58.
And that just fills Jon Worsley now with belief. There'll be no pressure in this situation now for Worsley.
41.
Certainly not until Steve Brown registers at least 2 legs on the board now. Worsley knows this is firmly in his hands. And there is a sizable jump in
99.
prize money here. And Worsley is 280 points away from taking that leap in terms of his weekly earnings.
100. Steve, you require 164.
Knew he didn't have to go for the 164 there with Worsley back on 180. So he's left himself 64 and absolutely needs to hit it. Otherwise, he probably, well,
60.
he may not get another shot at it.
Steve, you require 64.
Saw this in the last game. Shane McGuirk did this to win the match. Double 16, double
That's
8.
game shot and the fourth leg. Steve Brown.
That is not a replay. That is Steve Brown throwing those darts, not Shane McGuirk, but he's got himself back in it. He's still in this match.
Game on.
Jon Worsley, we spoke about that jump in prize money. This would be one of his biggest paydays. He
60.
Get through here. He did reach a Players' Championship semi-final. I think that's £3,000 back in 2021. I don't know. I didn't get there myself, so I think it's about £3,000. He would have won a Challenge Draw event in 2018, which I believe is £2,000.
Yeah.
So including his
140.
fees for the week, if he is to win this game, he'll probably be on par or very close to that Players' Championship semi-final run, which is his biggest payday to date.
140.
His biggest payday to date in an individual event.
$140.
Steve Brown has been playing well this match. It's just his finishing that has let him down. He's currently only 1 from 14 on the doubles.
97.
But his scoring,
Steve, you require 161.
Yeah, been quite good. Doesn't need to go the 161 either with Worsley back on 166, so he can just take the opportunity to leave himself, I'm going to say 32.
129.
The double of choice is what he left there. He gave himself the opportunity to pick his double. That's one of the great things about a shot like 41. You can go 1, you can go 5, you can go 9. You can literally leave whatever double you want to leave.
126.
Double 16
is
the double of choice. It's under pressure.
That is game
it's a
shot
must
and
hit,
the
and
fifth
he
leg.
does.
Steve Brown.
This is not over yet. This has got some game left. Steve Brown, this is not unusual for him to have these sort of
Sixth
troubles
leg,
on
Jon
the
to throw first.
doubles.
Game on.
He had a game very similar yesterday. Took him 22 darts to convert that match. He won it. 22 darts to get his 4 doubles. And he ended with an 86.85 average as well in the process. Something very similar could happen here.
Well, he's currently averaging
96.
just shy of 90, or might be just over 90 now with that last shot. But like I said, it's you know, he's had 8 ton pluses, 4 ton 40 pluses,
140.
It's just his doubling that's let him down so far in this match, but he has managed to bring it back to 3-2. A win here in this leg, we'll see us
60.
go all the way, which is really how you feel a straight leg shootout should be.
It is for us neutrals. We want to see the players under the biggest pressures.
140.
Fans of a penalty shootout will know exactly what I mean. If it does go all the way, Steve Brown will be throwing first in the all-decisive leg.
John, you require 136.
But Jon Worsley has took an almighty lead in this one, and he will do anything right now to get 1 treble 20. Pick your double. He chooses tops. He will return for match darts.
See the frustration in Steve's face there at not hitting a treble.
John, you
unfortunately for him, 1 treble's not enough.
On double is all that Jon Worsley needs.
Game,
and
shot,
he finds tops
and
for the second
Jon
dart.
Worsley.
The story of missed doubles there for Steve Brown is the story that ends his week. He'll be happy enough getting through to Saturday night, and plenty of positives to build on there for Steve Brown, but there's plenty more work to be done now for Jon Worsley, who has booked himself a place in the semi-finals. He joins Jordan Brooks in qualifying through Group 1. We know who's going through Group 2, but who's going to win Group 2? We'll find that out in a couple of minutes' time when Shane McGuirk takes on Andy Hamilton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we now know our semi-final lineup here in week 1 as Jon Worsley gets the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape from that one. Worsley with an 89 average, 4/9 on his finishing, but really the difference in that one was that 1-4-7 checkout as Steve Brown was making the comeback charge in that one. So Worsley into the semi-finals. He joins Jordan Brooks from Group 1 into the semis. Both the players who are playing in our second match are already through. Shane McGuirk taking on Andy Hamilton, but it's still a crucial game because the group winner will have the advantage of throw in their respective semi-finals. So there's always something to play for here at the Super Series. The winner of this game will take on Worsley in the semi-finals. The loser will take on Jordan Brooks in their respective semi. And so one final group game to go here at the Super Series before we then get the semi-finals underway, where the money jumps and the opportunity to qualify for Champions Week tantalises even more. Let's get it on in the company of Colin Hammond and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, the money jumps at the semi-final stage, and it already jumped for both of these. Andy Hamilton and Shane McGuirk already booked their place in the semi-finals, regardless of the outcome of this one. But there is still things on the line here. The winner of the group will have the advantage of the throw in the semi-final, and you'll also play the group runner-up from Group 1, which will be Jon Worsley, because Jordan Brooks won both of his matches. And right now, I think that's a bit of a bonus, because Jordan Brooks has been playing inspired darts so far today. He's had 6 tumblers checkouts out of the 8 legs that he has won. He's averaged around about the 93 mark for the evening. That shouldn't scare these two too much, though, because they are both big heavyweight hitters and have put some good performances in so far today. But the one that really catches my attention in this, especially when we look at the markets and the sporting books, is the 180
Thank you, ladies
market.
and gentlemen. First leg, it is Shane to throw first.
Oh, yes, they've both been
Game on.
big 180 hitters this week, so it must almost be tied.
Yeah, well, over the 180s, the over 2.5 is the 5 to 6 cut-off point. The most 180s, Shane McGuirk is currently at 7 to 4. Shane McGuirk's been the biggest 180 hitter of the week so far. He's hit 30 coming into tonight, and he hit 3 in his opening game. So 33 for Shane McGuirk. Andy Hamilton not too far behind. He's found 26 180s and 2 tonight. So 33, 28 in favour of Shane McGuirk, the 2 biggest 180 hitters of the week on the stage, head-to-head.
Well, and we know they're both guaranteed at least one more match each tonight after this one, having both qualified through to the semi-finals. They could both play 2 more games each, because they very well could meet again in the final.
Andy Hamilton was my prediction to win this evening. And I say prediction, I use that term very loosely. Abigail Davies did sort of force me into that situation and took me on the spot, and I just went for that. What name comes to the head first? The old Darren Brown technique. Andy Hamilton was 15 to 4 coming into this evening.
140.
Shane McGuirk was available at 6 to 1. Former winner on the development tour, taking on a winner from the Challenge Tour. This is 2 players that have won on those secondary PDC systems.
Well, McGuirk with the definite advantage so far in this first leg has 6 starts from the 138. Just checking with the referee what he's got left there.
102.
Chooses to leave the double 18. Hamilton will want to leave something handy. Who can leave
140.
a double himself with another treble 20.
Shane required 36.
So to hold his throw. This is again where the advantage of throw comes in. Both players after 15 darts have left themselves
Game
a
shot
single
and the
double.
first leg.
By
Shane
throwing first, he
McGuirk.
gets the first poke and makes use of that one. I've got a bit of a question for you actually here, thinking about this one. Andy Hamilton.
Second
now,
leg, it's Andy
a
to
lot
throw
of people
first.
say about their
Game on.
dart players that are the top 5 players of all time, and now there's an extension of that list to the top 10, and I'm sure the extension to the top 16, top 32. Without saying an exact number, where does Andy Hamilton rank for you in the
100.
all-time dart players? Because he had a good career. He reached a World Championship final in 2020, twice the World Match Play semi-finalist. That's the 2 biggest events in terms of ranking
58.
events. He reached a Premier League semi-final, which is, again, one of the most watched events in darts, that in 2012. UK Open runner-up, Grand Slam of Darts runner-up. He didn't win a major, but he starred in the quarterfinals onwards from every major, and he has picked up many titles on the floor events.
Well, certainly that's got to put him in good company with all of those accolades, although I do think that the winning majors tend to have that lot more weight behind them, don't they?
Does he challenge you top 16, or are we talking top 32 of sort of all time?
121.
Well, you'd think with that kind of resume, he'd have to be somewhere within the top 32 of all time.
And he does have
96.
intentions on adding
and
to that resume.
145.
55-year-old has said that he's going to be playing some of those senior events. He did try to qualify for the World Championship, but was unsuccessful on that occasion. He will be going to the qualifiers for the events such as the Match Play
60.
and the Masters. We may see him yet win a TV title. Shane McGuirk, 27 years old. He's going to be hoping that he'll be in the running for that himself. He'll certainly
85.
be happy if he ends up with a resume like Andy Hamilton.
That's game shot and the second leg, Andy Hamilton.
Add on top of that roll of honour, he might be adding a Super Series
Third
week
leg, it's Shane to throw
on
first.
top of that
Game
roll of
on.
honour, and we're seeing the longer that this event goes on, and now we've moved it into the Super Series, how people
50.
are now earmarking this as a big step for them. We're seeing people go onto the ADC system now to try and earn a qualifying place to this. The World Seniors also offers qualifying positions into this as well, and
40.
people now, this is becoming a bit of a kudos event, a bit of a big title, one that you put on the resume if you can win a week here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great opportunity for dart players here. And like, I mean, let's just think about it financially. Like, there's a lot of big money on offer that's available through the MODUS Super Series. I mean, playing the weeks during each of the stages, I mean, and then making it to Champions Week, the Champions Week payout. I mean, yeah, incredible
59.
opportunity. And still affording you the option to play wherever you like.
Well, the opportunity this system is going to provide us as well, it's going to provide us the opportunity to develop more professional dart players. Not just in terms of people that are going to
45.
go on to other things, but as in terms of making professional dart players in 2023, allowing people a income, allowing people an opportunity to earn big prize money without, certainly those based within the UK or Europe, without having to travel all around chasing all these
44.
ranking points for that hopeful one payday a year.
Yeah, and the one time that you get to play in televised matches. And let's not forget that every single one of these matches is either live streamed or on television. So, I mean, that's great exposure in itself.
Good for sponsorship as well. Sponsors don't want to be behind closed doors. They want to be front and centre. They want to be shown on the cameras. They want to see their logos and their patches, their advertisements seen.
That's true. And you know, Saturday night finals nights also provides the opportunity to play in front of a live audience as well, which for those who have not ever been in that position before can be a little bit, you know, daunting, I guess. So not only is it being shown
91.
on, you know, TV or live streamed or whatever, but then playing in front of a crowd of people.
It's the instant feedback, isn't it? You know, you hit a 180, the cards go up, you hear that ripple of applause, whether it's for you or against you. instant feedback
96.
just adds a little bit
Shane,
of
you
difference.
require
It just
40.
makes it a bit of a 3D darts match rather than a 2D. Or 10.
20.
That was for leg 2 on the Shane McGuirk column. He will return. Andy Hamilton way back on 204. We're hoping to leave something a bit handier here. The expectation will be that
60.
Shane McGuirk...
Shane, you require 20.
He's going to put himself 2-1 up. Looking to put himself halfway. Becoming the Group 2 champion.
10. Andy, you require 144.
Those missed starts at doubles are just starting to creep in there for McGuirk. Big ask of Hamilton here. Well, he's got the first one, another one of those. Yep, perfect. Double 12.
132.
Oh, just fell short. But double five's no
Shane, you
easy
require
double. It's a
10.
bit of a tricky one there. You feel like you've got to have one first dart aggressively at it. Because if you're going to drop below it, you want it to be the first one.
He's going to get all 3 at it.
No score.
Find it with none. Andy Hamilton
you
looked
require
completely
12.
out of this leg. Probably even gave up on this one. He might end up winning it. Double 6.
That's game shot. And the third leg,
breaker throw.
Andy Hamilton.
And in the back of the room, if you look over the shoulders of the players, you'll see someone
Fourth leg,
watching.
it's Andy to throw first. Game
That
on.
guy's name is Chaz Barstow. I wonder if Chaz Barstow is sat there right now having a conversation with his support that's come down to watch him for the evening going, why didn't they play like that against me?
He probably is thinking that too, because I was thinking myself just during that last match saying that it's not quite the blistering performance that we've seen from either of them in their first matches tonight.
100.
As far as, you know, averages and scoring goes. And certainly for Shane McGuirk, definitely not doing as well on his doubles as what he did in his match against Chaz. But that's all just par for the course, isn't it? That's the way darts goes.
100.
Absolutely. No 2 games are the same. You could take that Shane McGuirk, Chaz Barstow
60.
game, play it 10 times today, get 10 different outcomes. This is going to be our first 180.
140.
Of course it's not, because at the start of this match, I turned around and said, I expect a lot of 180s in this game.
Commentator's curse.
140.
And the
Andy
previous
require
would have suggested that this would have been a 180 festival. It almost got to the point where I thought the 180 cards, they might have just sat with their arms up in the air for the entire match. They might not be using them at all. Double 18 would be used for the hammer.
103.
He missed out on a 144 finish in the last leg. He just wires the... Yeah, that's where age and experience comes into it, because if that was myself or Andy Hamilton or someone who's had a lot more experience, they'll come off there and
34.
go, well, that don't really matter. I'm not too bothered about that. I'm still through to the semi-final, where you just feel like with Shane McGuirk, and when he's looking around the room and when things aren't going right for him, it's not like, essentially, this is practice.
Yeah, and that's probably the way that he needs to look at it, that it is just a practice match, an opportunity to get another game in before he plays that semi-final.
51.
Although this match is determining who he's going to be playing in that semi-final. And at the moment, it looks as though he'll be playing Jordan Brooks, who, of course, was the winner of Group 1.
99.
The mightily impressive.
Yeah, I
Jordan
mean,
Brooks.
and to play Jordan Brooks, if his first 2 matches are anything to go by, you have to be an absolute power scorer and make sure that you get down to a double before he's even got a sniff
41.
at a big finish, because you do not want to be leaving him a look at. anything in that 3-figure range because he just seems to be making short work of them all.
137.
And that's a brilliant setup shot there from McGuirk to leave himself 40. With Hamilton way back on 375. He does at the minute have plenty of time, but it could be plenty of time that he needs because he's only found 1 from 12 on the double so far.
180. Shane,
Told you there'd be 180s, didn't I? Might be time for more of Shane McGuirk.
Game shot
nails
and
this
the
tops.
5th leg, Shane McGuirk.
And, yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers really of Jordan Brooks. I think he could be one to avoid. I mean, he does have the
6th leg, it's Andy
I can't
to
think of the
throw
opposite
first.
word of luxury.
Game
We'll say
on.
the non-luxury of being able to sit in the practice room and have about an hour to an hour and a half between games. We'll see if that's going to be a friend or a foe to him when he comes back on. But throughout Group C,
100.
averaged 86.25. So far tonight, his average is 92.16 across his 2 matches. But ironically, when I dig into the Group C
55.
statistics, across those 10 matches in Group C, he only had 4 finishes of 100 or more. He's already got 6 tonight.
Different player tonight.
60.
Finishes he completed in Group C, 108, 110, 140 and a 146.
$57.
Henry asked you upstairs as well, didn't he, about the time of day? Will it suit the players? I think it could suit Andy Hamilton. One thing we've seen with Andy Hamilton is as the nights have gone longer, the performance has just tailed off towards the back end.
140.
Quite fairly, though, that could be said for a lot of players, though, too. I mean, you know, we've both done quite a number of stints in the comms box here on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday
45.
night. And it's quite often, once it passes midnight, that it's like there's a lot of pumpkins that come out then.
Yeah, the performance does drop off a little bit, but the earlier start time tonight of 7:30 just might allow the players to not... You said 12 o'clock, that's cut-off point. The check would have been lofted into the air by that 12 o'clock point, so we could end up seeing an increased standard.
180.
Told you there'd be 180s.
Yeah.
And do you require 141?
Will there be any more? If there's going to be more, we need another leg.
28.
We can't get another 180 with Shane
Shane,
McGuirk
you
on
require
164 and the hammer on
164.
113. And last visit for the hammer has opened the door here for Shane McGuirk. Using the board well.
104.
Leaves himself
And do
a
you
nice
require
two-dart
113?
combination.
Yeah, that was some great board management there. I mean, and board management is, you know, is one of the key components in a great dart player, to know what you're throwing for, and if you miss, what you need to go for. If you've missed your original target,
31.
but just knowing
Shane, you
the
require
combinations
60.
to leave you the best finishes and the best out shots.
Absolutely. Especially if you've got a double of choice, if you've got a preference on the double,
That's
which Shane
game
clearly
shot.
does on
And
the
the
tops.
6th leg, Shane
Knowing the
McGuirk.
breakdowns that get you to that point. I always say we're a player that likes the double
7th and
16.
final leg,
If
it's
you can
Shane to
utilise
throw
the
first.
17 as part of
Game
your
on.
combination rather than the 19, it's going to bring you down to that double 16.
$100.
Nothing really changes with the hammer, does it? This style, this action, it's been the same ever since I remember seeing him grace the Circus Tavern stage when he first started playing
137.
PDC darts. I believe he made a quarter-final, I think it was, on his debut.
$99.
Yes, he definitely has longevity in his career. And I mean, and that's got to be tough too, to be able to maintain a certain level of standard over such a long period of time.
41.
I mean, he may not be on you know, the PDC Pro Tour now with one of those 128 tour cards, but that doesn't mean that he's not playing at a standard that couldn't rival a lot of players that are playing on that Pro Tour.
56.
Absolutely. When we've seen players such as Ronnie Hybrex, who now a senior player, dropped off the tour and went on to the sort of secondary tours, and they're not ran as well as the professional tour. And with that, those different schedules and the breaks and the timings of those, you do see a little bit of the numbers drop. We saw Ronnie Hybrex today, somebody who, you know, going into Q School, you look at his numbers, he was round about the 70 sort of average. He got through Q School with good averages, and he's played well
96.
today on the PDC Pro Tour. Sometimes the conditions help, and that's one of the things that's very good about the MODUS Super Series. The conditions and the environment are perfect for performance.
And it's consistent. It's consistent, you know, week in,
44.
week out, day in, day out.
Shane
It's the
Miracle,
same.
150.
Which is great.
Familiarity breeds content, I believe is the expression.
134.
This is more than content for Shane McGuirk. He's going to be delighted. Just like that guy in the front row there, I don't think he'd clap his hands any harder. That is one of the strongest claps I've ever seen.
140.
I don't know what he's going to do if Shane McGuirk wins the
16.
title. He's taken a step there already. He's in the semis. Is he going to be winning Group 2?
Game. Shot.
He is.
And a match to Shane
He turns the
McGuirk.
game around. Danny Hamilton went 3 legs to 1 up in that one and looked like he was going to cruise himself to the top of Group 2. But it's Shane McGuirk who fights back, gets the result, and does a Steve Brown dance. The Steve Brown, the bomber, who went out earlier on tonight, has been treating us to that little da-da-da-da dance, as I like to call it. And he's right to do so. Good victory there, Shane McGuirk. 4-3. After the break, we are going to be moving on to our semi-final clashes.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick confirmation that the semi-finals will begin at 10:10. So we're going to go live on Sporting Stuff TV in about 10 minutes' time. We're going to have a little bit of build-up on the balcony, and then the semi-finals get underway. So feel free to make your way to the bar, have a couple of drinks, and get ready for the first semi-final. Very good evening to everyone joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for finals night here at the MODUS Super Series, where 4 players remain in the hunt for the £5,000 first prize and the first spot at Champions Week at the end of April. Matthew Edgar has been watching all the action in the commentary box alongside Corinne Hammond, and this is exactly what happened in the group stage action to see how we got to our final 4.
To get the early break of throw. And we've probably seen some sort of reaction there from Jordan Brooks. He's quite an animated player. Jon Worsley, I don't think we'll see too much from him in terms of
that's game shot and the first leg.
If there was an expression, you'd feel it would be a smile.
Approach to take, because a lot of players don't like watching what's going on. I mean, you're going to hear it anyway when you've got a referee. So regardless of watching the darts in the board, you're going to hear what your opponent is scoring. So most don't tend to look.
If Jon Worsley is not looking, he might be about to hear something he doesn't like.
That's game shot and the third leg.
Again.
Jordan Brooks.
Jordan Brooks. We said it might come down to one of these sort of opportunities, one of these combination finishes. It actually was a bigger one than we... This was 78. He could have gone 18, 20 for tops. He now needs a treble to give himself a dart at the double. He finds it. That would have been an exhibition of finishing there from Jordan Brooks.
Required 92. That is game shot and the sixth leg.
No
Jon
mistake on that
Worsley.
92 finish, and now we're back to 3-all. And
don't deal with human emotion. They don't deal with the stress of the situation.
Game
they
shot.
Just deliver
and the match to Jordan Brooks.
Get the job done. Jordan Brooks breaks the throw, finishes. But this one will count just the same. Double 16. Chaz Barstow breathing down his neck.
That is game shot
Andy
and
Hamilton
the third leg.
Holds on to
Andy
his
Hamilton.
15.
Step back himself.
36. Andy, you require 16.
1 too high, 1 too low.
Interesting you said a chance he probably didn't expect. Being here in general was a chance he thought he'd blown on the opening day when he only got 2 points.
Game shot and the fourth leg.
2 points
Andy Hamilton. Andy.
The ball.
Game
to
shot.
Complete a
and
fantastic
to Andy
performance there
Hamilton.
from Andy Hamilton. Chaz Barstow can only applaud.
170 peg a million times, haven't you?
If only there was the footage available of that.
That's game shot and the second leg. Jordan Brooks.
Lee Shewan isn't even here. That's the player that Jordan Brooks played in the World Championship. Well, if the recent history is anything to go by, the likelihood is no. It's a dart at the ball. Steps back, composes himself. Double checks. Makes sure. I've seen players in the past go for the wrong doubles. Not Jordan Brooks.
That is game shot and the third leg. Jordan Brooks.
Do you need a bigger piece of paper?
9 for the 32.
That's
and
game
there
shot
it is.
and the match.
A
Jordan
101
Brooks.
check out for a 4.
That's game shot and the fourth leg. Chaz Barstow.
Back to an even match and
regain the advantage.
That is game shot and the fifth leg. Shane McGuirk.
It is a treble to a single to tops.
98. Shane, you require
you hear
48.
the moans and groans. That was a big opportunity there to get the win, and Shane McGuirk now looking at double 8 to book his place in the semi-finals. How much will that affect Shane McGuirk? That was not the intended target. He wanted the single. Does that
game
rattle
shot.
him?
And the match,
No.
Shane McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk. Brown
4.
will want to avoid. And to start that, he's going to have to start hitting doubles, or he's going to be needing a taxi ride pretty soon to take him back to Bristol.
yeah, I mean, he's already had 12 darts at a double in this match and not been able to find one of them.
No score. John, you require
just
147.
bashed into the darts that was already there. He didn't like the line that came across, and this is a frustration for Worsley when you're all the way back here in a leg that you've opponent's not taken the opportunities, but Steve Brown turns away.
That's game
He
shot and the
expected
third
the
leg.
147
Jon
to go.
Worsley.
Jon Worsley saw this in the last game. Shane McGuirk did this to win the match, double 16, double
That's
8.
game shot and the fourth leg.
On double is all that Jon Worsley needs.
Game
And
shot.
he finds tops
And the
with the
match,
second
Jon
dart.
Worsley.
The story of missed doubles there for Steve Brown. 3 at it.
No score.
Find it with none. Andy Hamilton looked completely
12.
out of this leg. Probably even gave up on this one. Might end up winning it. Double 6.
That's game shot and the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Of time that he needs because he's only found 1 from 12 on the double so far.
180. Shane,
Told you there'd be 180s, didn't I? Might be time for more if Shane
Game
McGuirk
shot
nails
and
this
the
top.
fifth leg. Shane McGuirk.
And he's taken a step there already. He's in the semis. Is he going to be winning Group 2?
Game shot.
He is.
And the match, Shane McGuirk.
Some extended highlights there from the group stage matches. Matthew Edgar alongside me. Let's have a look then at the results of what we have seen so far in the group stage action. Well, we saw Jordan Brooks absolutely exceptional in the group stages. He won 8 legs, 6 of them with ton plus checkouts.
And not just small tumblers checkouts, it was highlighted by that 161 finish. Jordan Brooks looked mightily impressive, ran at about an average of about 92. Now, normally when we look and we break down what people need in terms of the stats, 92 is tournament-winning stats. Jordan Brooks could be on for his biggest payday to date.
Exactly that. It could be a big moment for him. But Shane McGuirk as well, big moment for him tonight. Now, we saw towards the back end of 2022 some real positive signs for him, and he's looking to kickstart 2023 in a similar vein. This feels like a year which could really transition him to become one of the real periphery players outside the 128.
Definitely, and he's certainly getting very close to that at the moment in terms of the standard that he's showing here. He didn't really show us that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He alluded to that in his interview himself. He said that he didn't feel quite fully at pace. He says, but then Thursday, Friday, it seemed to settle. Certainly Thursday, he went 5 from 5 on that one. Came into Friday, won that first game. We asked questions of him. We said, how is he going to do under the pressure now that the rest of the chasing pack was closing in? He got over the line. We asked questions of him in that last one. He went 3-1 down against Andy Hamilton. He brought it back. He won 4-3. Every question that's been asked of him so far has been answered with quality, which kind of sets off what you're saying there about his 2023 going to be a moment he moves forward. So far, the answers are yes.
Well, let's have a look then at the tables following the conclusion of our group stage matches. As you can see, Jordan Brooks the winner of Group 1, McGuirk beating Hamilton that final game to win Group 2. And so that now sets fair our semi-finals for the evening. It's going to kick off with the battle between Brooks and Hamilton. Brooks the dominant force in Group 1, but the performance of the night was Andy Hamilton, the 101 average, which he got against Chaz Barstow.
You've got to say a word for Chaz Barstow, really, as well, haven't you? He's came here tonight and averaged 93 across both of those games, and he's not going to go through. He's gone out at that first sort of group stage. Now, it's not because Andy Hamilton and Shane McGuirk have been that much better. It's been that they timed those performances well against Chaz Barstow, and the timing just didn't work out for him, and that's why he's gone out. But Andy Hamilton in that opening game, I said yesterday that I just expect Andy Hamilton at the start of these days to play well. I didn't expect that well. That 101 is beyond the improved levels that we've seen from him recently. Q School, 14 averages over 90. A few of them on the 99.6 and the 99.9, pushing up towards that 100, but he's now got over that line of getting that 100 average, and he continues to improve despite being 55 years old.
Hamilton, who is in our first semi-final against Jordan Brooks. Following that, we'll see Jon Worsley take on Shane McGuirk. All the action is going to be described by this man, who is joined alongside Corinne Hammond in the commentary box, who is going to describe all of our semi-final and final action. Corinne, it's all over to you.
Thank you, Henry. And here we are with the first semi-final of the night, which will be Andy Hamilton against Jordan Brooks. And I think it's safe to say we might see some great finishing here in this match if the finishing that we've seen already tonight is anything to go by, particularly from Jordan Brooks, who has had 6 ton-plus finishes already in his 2 matches tonight, which is outstanding. So for Andy Hamilton, the job is to get himself down to a double and having shots at those doubles before Jordan gets a sniff at them. The advantage here is for
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Jordan
First
having
leg, it is Jordan
the
to
throw
first.
being the winner of Group 1.
Game on.
Yeah, winner gets to throw first in the group, so that will be something that Shane McGuirk will get a bonus of as well. If you're just joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, we are joined by Justin Bradshaw as well, who's new official here at the MODUS Super Series, doing a
100.
stellar job tonight. But for me, the headlines have been about Jordan Brooks. I'd like to stop talking about the big tumpless finishes he did, but they're just so headline grabbing. And
Yeah, you are certainly right there. They are. To have 6 ton-plus finishes from 8 legs played tonight is, yeah, pretty incredible.
59.
My only concern for Jordan Brooks is he was on very early. And he was on in the first game. That was 2 and a bit hours ago now. And he would have had quite a wait between his last match and this one.
136.
And it comes down to that management. I know he doesn't have the greatest amount of experience in terms of managing these sort of situations.
That's
60.
right. He was involved in the first 2 games of Group 1, which would have been the first match of the evening and then the third match of the evening. So he's not actually played since the third match of the evening. Then he's waited through 3 others. And then the short break that we've had.
180.
The 180 cards loft into the air again. The Hamilton, one of the biggest 180 hitters we have here at the Super Series.
140.
This is 31st,
and you require
180 of his campaign this week. And he's 45 points away from breaking the throw of Jordan Brooks.
13.
He can't, can he?
Jordan, you require 142.
I mean, it's a definite possibility, if anything, already tonight is to go by. But no, not to be 142.
90. Andy, you require
So
32.
Much more simpler task here for Andy Hamilton. Looking at the double 16 for a 5-visit leg of darts. That will mean he is over the 100. And that means he's hard to beat.
That's game shot
we
and
get
the first leg.
roar
Andy Hamilton.
from Andy Hamilton. He was 3-1 up in his last game against Shane McGuirk and wasn't able to complete
Second
the job
leg
on that
Andy
occasion.
To throw first. Game on.
So he'll be delighted to have started with a big 15 dart breaker throw. He would also be very aware of what Jordan Brooks has done so far tonight. We're talking about those tumpless checkouts. Let me just remind you. In match number 1, it was 101,
98.
102, and 161. In his second match, it was 121, 122, and 101. That is some serious darts.
59.
Which is probably why we saw that show of emotion from Andy Hamilton there by getting that, because you don't want to give Jordan Brooks too many opportunities at finishes. In fact, you don't want to give him any opportunity.
I think that's the only way to stop him tonight.
And this is where the scoring power of Hamilton is going to be so important.
55.
Absolutely. Just looking through the prize money of Jordan Brooks. And this is by far his biggest payday I can seem to find looking through
140.
the archives. He did play in the WWF World Championship. That was £1,000. He's had the Isle of Man Classic semi-final, £350. He had a £500 for the quarter-final of the Welsh.
95.
But we are well into four figures. For the week, he is pushing close to the £2,000 with appearance money included. Andy Hamilton on about 2.5 because we've seen him
96.
for the full week so far. But that prize money with this win will more than double. That is why you heard the Andy
81.
Hamilton roar.
Andy, you
He
require
wants
91.
the big prize money. You're here for the full week. You've committed the hours. Now you want to make it pay.
Well, and it's not just about the money, though, is it? It's everyone wants to have the opportunity, particularly to be able to come and play Champions Week, because that's for
41.
some serious money.
It's all about the money.
Mm.
It's all about the money. And everyone wants to be in Champions Week because, like you say, that's where the big money is. £20,000 on the line in that. The only way you can get into Champions Week, though, is by earning your ticket. That ticket will go to one of our four semi-finalists, Andy Hamilton, Jordan Brooks,
Andy, you require
Shane
50.
McGuirk or Jon Worsley. Andy Hamilton could put himself halfway there with this 50 checkout. 18 for double 16 is the chosen route for the hammer.
Game shot and the second leg.
The second
Andy
roll.
Hamilton.
And I feel like this is Andy Hamilton not just winning the game, but trying to stamp his authority on the match as well. He's trying to
Third
own
leg,
the
it's
stage.
Jordan to
He's
throw
aware of the
first.
inexperience of
Game
Jordan
on.
Brooks in these situations. And I feel he's just trying to mark his territory a little bit.
Yeah, there is another term that I could use, but I don't think that's probably appropriate at this point in time. But yeah, you are absolutely right. He is trying to, well,
60.
You know, assert his authority here over Jordan Brooks and just establish that, you know what, I'm here to win, and win is what I'm going to do. And if you're going to beat me, you're going to have to play really well.
We know Jordan Brooks can play really well.
Yeah.
He's been the standout, eye-catching
44.
performer in that group stage. But already just stood at the back of the stage, shaking his head. Just makes you wonder how he spent that time in the practice room. And I can give you both scenarios, and I can tell you why both could be potentially wrong. And it's about managing yourself to jump between the two.
41.
He could have been on the practice board and just ended up playing on there too long, which then starts throwing lazy darts, and then you can't just go on there like a light switch and start playing. He could have sat down, and then we start to get a little bit stiff, and then he's going to take a little bit of time to loosen up. It's really hard to manage that time, isn't it?
Particularly if you don't have a lot of the experience with having those kind of breaks in between matches and being able to get yourself back up to that level of playing that you need to after you have already played so well in your first two matches. I mean, he also could have just sat and watched the other games because they are afforded the opportunity in the players' practice room there to be able to watch the matches as they are happening. He could have watched it and thought, you know what, I've got nothing to worry about here. I'm playing really well. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's
99.
A very tough situation. I think personally I'd have probably been in there reminding all the players as they came back through that I was the man to beat and I'd set the bar. That's also another tactic that you can employ.
180.
This is a much more profitable tactic from Jordan Brooks, which is just hit some 180s. Give yourself the opportunities.
And that's what Hamilton's trying to stop. He doesn't want Brooks to have those opportunities.
Encouragement, isn't it? He doesn't want to offer him any
60.
encouragement whatsoever. Because we've seen what Jordan Brooks can do
Jordan,
when he
require 124.
senses an opportunity.
Needs the 54. Finds it. And of course he finds the ball
third leg.
for his
Jordan
first ton
Brooks.
plus check out of this match with a 1-2-4 to get himself his first leg on the board.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He has won 9 legs of darts tonight, 7 of which have been with ton plus finishers. When we clip all these things up and we put this out
60.
on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, we could do a highlight package purely of Jordan Brooks' ton plus checkouts.
Yeah, well, if you add in the ton plus checkouts he had during the week, that's going to make quite a few, isn't it?
Well, he had 4 earlier on in the week. He's had 7 tonight. He's had 11 ton plus finishes. And we say about Andy Hamilton having a roar. I like this. There's a bit of testosterone bouncing around that stage.
There is. And you can see the swagger is back with Brooks as well. We talked about that, I think it was in his first match earlier this evening, about how he had that swagger and confidence about him. That's definitely back now.
He's sort of bouncing around the stage 86. At the back, moving his arms around. It reminds me a bit like Conor McGregor in the UFC before he enters into the octagon.
140.
You can see there's that aggression and purpose that's coming with the throwing of his darts now. It's just changed that little bit in this leg as what it has been in the previous 2 legs before that one.
I feel like Andy Hamilton's aware of that situation because he's just trying to sap a little bit of the pace out of this game at the moment.
61.
Which he's very well entitled to do. And just trying to halt the momentum of Jordan Brooks.
Sometimes that's to your own disadvantage, though, because Andy is that very kind of methodical, rhythmical player. There we go, another 180 there from Brooks. Left himself a tidy 60.
I think the movement of the arm there from Jordan Brooks just caught Andy Hamilton there in the peripheral vision. Just sort of was in line at the point where he moved the arm. Andy Hamilton just resetting.
81.
Taking a bit of sting out of the game.
Jordan, you require 60.
Jordan Brooks. He's providing plenty of sting. There's not much further you can go back, Jordan. Andy Hamilton is there. Can't push him off the stage. It's not the Royal Rumble of darts.
20.
Andy Hamilton can only hit and hope. Are we about to see a leg won by Jordan Brooks that isn't a ton plus finish?
Yeah, I mean, he's very good with only
41.
1 dart left at the double, but
Jordan,
darts
you
in
require
hand
40.
can be a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, it becomes a different story because he has that processing time. He stands at the back of the stage thinking about this
That's
very
game shot and
opportunity
the
which is
fourth leg.
able to
Jordan
take.
Brooks.
And that processing time is more about feeling you've got something already.
5th leg, it's Jordan to
Feeling
throw
you've
first.
got something in your hands. Feeling it's yours to lose.
Game on.
Certainly of those who have a slightly more cynical, negative mindset. Hamilton raced into a 2-0 lead in this one. Jordan Brooks.
100.
Been clinical and brilliant, pulling this one back to a level game. Can Andy Hamilton re-find that composure?
Yeah, I think for Hamilton, he needs to just concentrate on his own game and what he's doing rather than
140.
trying to, as it appeared to be, look like he was slowing down the pace of Jordan Brooks in the last couple of legs. It's not done him any favours. And that's sometimes a disadvantage that comes with doing things like that. It puts off your own game rather than your opponent.
100.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that he's trying to do to deliberately affect the Jordan Brooks throw and put him off. I think he's just trying to take control of the situation. When we said earlier on about owning the stage and dominating the stage, I think he's
180.
trying to do that, and he's dominating the board at the moment. I'm liking this. Lee Shewan raising the chin.
Called him Lee again.
Why do I keep calling him Lee Shewan? He doesn't even look like Lee Shewan. Right, I'm going to close this tab on my computer so I don't see it again. I can't see Lee Shuin anywhere on the screen now. Apologies, Lee. Although I am crediting you here with being in a semi-final.
58.
Being 2-2 against the Hammer. I wouldn't mind if Lee Shuin had even been here this week. The reason for that reference
55.
is because Jordan
Andy
Brooks
Require,
played Lee Shuin
123.
at the Lakeside on his debut.
And they are good friends.
Said best friends in his interview earlier on.
Well, I didn't want to say best friends if that wasn't actually the case. Maybe Lee doesn't think they're best friends.
55.
Jordan might, but Lee might not.
Well, Andy Hamilton's wrestled back the advantage here. Set himself up on a potential 2-darter. Feel anything Jordan Brooks leaves is in within range tonight.
96.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that if he had have left
Andy
himself
Require,
170
68.
in any of his matches so far, he probably would have taken that out too.
Hammer should get a dart. He chooses the double 16. This is what I mean, just composing. Settling. Delivering.
52.
Missing.
Jordan, you require 93.
Does he go aggressive on the treble 19? Or does he look at the 25 to go and see himself a dart at the ball? Of course he doesn't. When you're finishing like Jordan Brooks, you go straight for it.
75.
Oh, says his own name in disbelief that he's missed that double.
Andy, you require 16.
Like I said, one dart in hand, he's amazing. Doesn't miss. Couple of darts and yeah, look, he's still chastising himself there. Oh, over to double 4.
Game shot
Makes
and the
no
fifth
mistake.
leg. Andy Hamilton.
Hamilton with the advantage here at 3-2. That was a break of throw as well. So now
Sixth
has
leg
the
is
darts
Andy
to be
to
able to
throw
close out
first.
this match and
Game on.
get himself a spot in tonight's final.
Yeah, at least Jordan, when he called his name out, got it right, didn't he? So
Yeah.
if I'm
Maybe
getting it wrong.
that might have been for your benefit.
80.
Oh, that one was a close one there. I've seen a couple of situations in the past where players have done that, gone to walk on the last dart, and the bounce out's come down and hit him in the thigh.
Yeah.
There's one thing, if that happened, we'd have certainly got some nice clicks on YouTube. Andy Hamilton has dart stuck in leg.
97.
I like seeing this. I like seeing what it means to the players. It gets it much easier to get involved when we can see what it means to them.
We don't want it to go too
49.
overboard, though.
I don't know.
Yeah, I had a feeling that you would have been quite happy with that.
Yeah, I think this has got a few more gears it can go yet.
96.
Jordan Brooks knows the situation here as well. He's fist bumping there for a 96 because that is a big shot. A treble shot right now in this situation is like gold dust. As the pressure for the final is on and Andy Hamilton loses another one.
Let's see where
80.
Jordan Brooks throws his first start here off this shot. We've talked before about how his board management has been a little questionable.
I'd say probably more than a little questionable at times.
I was trying to be nice. I don't know why, because I
40.
flat out said the first time. I'm just saying that was terrible board management. Yeah.
And that's sometimes the difference between the levels.
Yeah.
The counting, the percentages, that one dart, that 2 dart, could come back to cost you. I mean, Andy Hamilton's had the throw in this leg. He's had 2 darts bounce
85.
out. Those 2 darts that have bounced out might be crucial. If those 2 darts were single 20s, he'd be on a finish now.
If they were treble 20s, he'd be on a 2 dart finish.
Jordan Brooks would be staring down the barrel, being back on 268. Those bonus 2 darts he's got, due to Andy Hamilton having to pick up off the floor.
134.
At least he switched well there and picked up a treble 18 as a bonus. 134 is definitely within his wheelhouse.
$140. Jordan, you require
7
134.
tumblers finishes so far tonight. This would be the biggest by far. Not in terms of numbers, in terms of level of importance, because Andy Hamilton, due to the missed attempt here at the 134, will be returning for 67 for a place in the final.
Not quite
48.
sure why he, after he missed the 54
And
with
you
the first
require
start,
67.
still stayed there, really.
$18 for double 16 is a chosen route for the hammer. He's a dart away from doubling his prize money, with an opportunity to double it again.
35. Jordan, you require 86.
He's taken quite a bit out on the bull. He will hope it doesn't come to that. He needs to find a treble with the first dart to avoid that situation. Might not even get a dart at the bull. Great recovery. It's double 14.
58.
I would have almost banked on
And
him
you
hitting
require
that
32.
double.
Yeah, that might be his one and only opportunity. Andy Hamilton, 3 darts in hand to book his place in the final.
And the match to Andy Hamilton.
Takes out Jordan Brooks by a score of 4 legs to 2. A good battle fought all the way to the end. Jordan Brooks missing a dart at double 14 to level it up, where he would have had the advantage of throw going into the final leg. It's an 84.51 average for the hammer. He's got one more game to go to pick up that £5,000 to book his place in Champions Week. But who will the hammer be playing? We'll be finding out shortly when Shane McGuirk takes on Jon Worsley.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, it's one of the premier competitions in amateur darts, the MODUS Super Series. Here with you throughout the course of 2023. Last week we crowned Raymond Smith the winner of Series 2. We're looking to crown the first winner of Series 3 to make it through to Champions Week. And Andy Hamilton is the first name into the final. He won a tungsten testosterone-ridden battle against Jordan Brooks by 4 legs to 2 maximums apiece. Jordan Brooks to the 1-2-4 checkout, and it got lively on the stage as well. Andy 4 out of 11 on the double, so he is the first man through to tonight's final, where he is going to take on either Jon Worsley or Shane McGuirk. They'll be doing battle in a couple of minutes' time. But first, it's one of our favourite times of the week as we have a look at the checkout of the week. And we kick off with this Brett Clayton 160 finish in his game against Jordan Brooks earlier on this week. That was quite ironic when you consider Jordan Brooks was the man who was getting all the ton-plus checkouts. Shane McGuirk potted all the colours in this 147 checkout against David Evans. That was to seal the match. As for Alex Small, well, he just had a repertoire of them on Friday. This 148, quick-paced and absolutely brilliant. Andy Hamilton won a 144 checkout in his game against Shane McGuirk. That was their battle earlier on this week. They also renewed rivalries earlier on this evening. Josh Richardson got this 157 checkout in his game against Brett Clayton to open up proceedings. And of course, you can vote on that via the MODUS Super Series Twitter page. And of course, we'll get through to that at the end of tonight's action. So next up for us, it is our second semi-final. It is going to see Shane McGuirk in action. He takes on Jon Worsley. It's the winners of Group C and Group A this week doing battle in our second semi. And in the commentary box for it, it's Matthew Edgar and Corinne Hammond.
Thank you, Henry. Good opportunity there to remember some of the great finishes that we've seen this week. Alex Small one really stands out in the memory, the 148. It was sort of like the catalyst that really set him off into performance and to reel that game back. He actually went on, I believe, to hit 100 average in that game. Shane McGuirk, the 27-year-old, looking to get himself through to his first final here at the MODUS Super Series. Try and get himself through to Champions Week. Andy Hamilton awaiting the winner of this one. Jon Worsley, a man who has just recently dropped off the PDC Pro Tour, didn't attempt to go back on the PDC Pro Tour, decided to avoid Q School, and he avoided Q School with this in mind. He has done the first job getting through to Saturday night. He has done the second job navigating his way out of the mini group. Task number 3 is getting in that final with Andy Hamilton, and what a
Thank you,
power
ladies and
lineup
gentlemen. First
we're
leg,
going to
it
have.
is Shane to throw first. Game on. $45.
On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I was joined in the commentary box
55.
by Chris Murphy, and we were having a look at the theme tune to the Wombles. And one of the lines in that was making good use of the things that you find.
85.
This is something that Jon Worsley has found since coming off the Pro Tour, and he's looking like he's going to make good use of it.
It's an interesting
100.
analogy. But you're right, so far so good.
45.
Shane McGuirk also joined us on Monday. He's been here all week. He's played the full 5 days. Jon Worsley had a couple of days off because he won
50.
Group A. Won Group A in quite some style.
Yeah, 13 from 15 matches. That is some good work there. And we talk about this a lot often as well
41.
When it comes to finals night, and that winner of Group A. Is it an advantage or is it a disadvantage by having those 2 days off? Some players like to keep in the same rhythm, so would benefit or
100.
prefer to play every day and not have those 2 days off, whereas others are quite happy to put the darts down and have the opportunity to have a few days break.
Yeah, something like that's very individual.
140.
Really, and where some people would prefer time off, others would prefer to play.
Yeah. It is a personal preference, really.
I was watching a comedian earlier on this afternoon who said the same sort of thing.
Shane, you require
comedy's
145.
very personal and very perceptive, and what one person finds funny, another one may not. And it's exactly the same in that sort of situation.
78.
Well, one person will benefit
John, you
from
require 56.
having some time off. Another person would prefer to play. Jon Worsley actually said in his interview he'd prefer to play. He'll prefer to play in the final.
Game shot and the first
And he's
leg.
took
Jon
a
Worsley.
big step towards that, because to win this, he would needed to have broken the throw at some point. There is no time, like the
Second
opening
leg, it is
leg
Jon
of
to
the
throw
match,
first.
to get that breaker
Game
throw.
on.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, as we do always say, a break's not a break unless you can hold. So still got that job to do with this leg. Hold throw, and
56.
then, yeah, he's definitely solidified that break.
One thing I like about this week, actually, when we look out into the crowd, and it's been quite a good atmosphere and a good vibe amongst the players. And
100.
to see all the players still here,
yeah,
watching everybody else. This is very unusual. Normally, when you get beaten, and I'm very experienced in this art, you grab your bits and you're off within 3 minutes of the winning double going in.
Yeah, off you go. But yeah, you're right.
44.
Chaz is still there. Steve's still there. You've even got Dave Evans in the crowd here who played during the week and didn't get through to finals night. Maybe that was something to do with him being a sit and duck
60.
or something like that. Is that correct?
But doesn't that show the confidence David Evans
Yeah,
had as well, that
he's still
booked
here.
himself through
Yeah.
to Sunday?
Yeah.
He expected to be playing tonight. Well, he's got the next best thing. He's got a front row seat.
137.
He didn't book his ticket to play, but he booked his ticket to be here. Went to dartshop.tv, where all your tickets are available to book for the full series, including Champions Week.
140.
We can see Jordan Brooks in the back corner there, back of the screen. He's still here as well. So yeah, they're all still here. Obviously, Andy Hamilton's still here because he has a final to play.
124.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton waiting in the wings, waiting to see who he's going to play. Jon Worsley, a bullseye away from being halfway
97.
towards that final. Shane
McGuirk.
McGuirk
122.
will need to find at least one treble. He's only got one more dart to do it. That would have brought him in for a dart
54.
at the bullseye.
John, you require 33. $27.
Oh, inside that 12
Shane,
and
you
then
require
inside the
68.
6. McGuirk here with an opportunity to level the match up with 68. 16, double 16.
That is game
And he
shot
finds
and the
it.
second leg. Shane McGuirk.
So that break wasn't a break because he wasn't able to hold. So now we're back on throw at one apiece.
Third leg, it is Shane to throw first. Game
And
on.
this has been sort of the story of Shane's week for me, a bit of resilience. We spoke earlier on about the fragility that he's shown on the doubles. He was very good on Monday.
57.
And I say about 1 in 3 sort of where you need to be in terms of this sort of quality, the international field. He was 13 hits on 36 thrown darts, so he was better than that 33%. But then he was nowhere near that for the rest of the week. 13 from 52, 10 from 50. That Group A campaign ended with a bit of misery, really, for Shane McGuirk, and then he went on to win the next 6 matches when it moved into Group
60.
C. And he actually ended that with a nice average of around about the 88 mark, which is what I normally say you need in order to win one of these groups. And he got that, and he got the title
92.
of Group C. He also got the title tonight of Group 2, winning his little mini group, featuring Chaz Barstow and Andy Hamilton. Certainly was the bookies' outsider of the 3 to win that one. He turned over those odds.
Yeah, he most certainly did.
$121.
Could be turning over the big odds of the week. 6 to 1 for the title before the off. Andy Hamilton was the 3rd favourite. 15 to 4. He's already in the final.
57.
Jon Worsley 100 to 30 before a dart was thrown tonight. And they are the 3 players left who can win this. 3 players standing.
100.
Worsley's given himself the opportunity for another break here in this match. He'll be back for the 88.
$44. John, you require 88.
Well, to make this a breakathon, because he broke in the first leg, and that's interesting. Shane McGuirk is on a finish 48. On the 144. Jon Worsley's
Shane,
basically just turned around to him and said, I don't think you're going to take this, pal. And he'd have been right.
Yeah.
It is the old ploy. It's a
28.
little bit of a nudge to your opponent. 40. I always say it's the if you're good enough shot. That's the words it essentially says when you give an opponent a shot like the 144 or the 167. But he's got to finish the job himself. One more dart.
No score.
He will need more if he is going to regain the lead.
Require 116.
Doing things like that is also banking on the fact that your opponent is actually watching what you're doing. Because if they're not watching, it doesn't even matter. They wouldn't even know that you didn't take the opportunity. McGuirk's got an opportunity here with
96.
tops. Oh, just falls short on the double.
John, you require 40.
Moving down to 10s. Great marker.
35.
Oh, but that was not what he was going for there. Has made a mess of that one, leaving himself
20.
5. And McGuirk's finding himself with another opportunity he probably didn't think he was going to have.
Yeah, it's going to be edgy, a bit scrappy. You can excuse
no
it a little bit in this situation. But
John,
this is there
5.
for the taking. If one of the 2 players can just find 12 or 15 darts of inspiration.
That is game shot.
There's
and the
2
third
darts
leg,
of inspiration
Jon
that he
Worsley.
needs. But the stats are down. But this one is not about stats. This one's not about averages. This one's just about getting that win. Booking your place to take on the hammer in the final. And those 3 legs of darts played so far.
43.
Every single one of them has been a break of throw. If that trend continues, Shane McGuirk's about to level us up at 2 apiece.
You often find in games like
40.
that where they do go break after break after break, and you finally get to that last sudden death leg, and that seems to be the only one that goes with the darts.
Well, I asked for 12 to 15 inspired darts. Now, normally when you're looking at that, what you're hoping for is 15 inspired darts that cross over a couple of legs. One that you finish one leg off strongly,
60.
and the next one where you open the next leg strong. In these sort of games, if you can get those 15 darts that cross over a couple of legs, that's normally the gap and the cushion that allows you
58.
to get yourself over the line in a tight battle.
$140.
Surprisingly, we're yet to see a 180 in this match, particularly from McGuirk, who has been the prolific 180
57
hitter all week. What's his tally now? 33 for the week?
Yeah, he hit 30 across his campaign Monday to Friday when we saw him take part in Group A and Group
59.
C. He got 3 in his opening match tonight. And then earlier on in his game against Andy Hamilton, he found 1 in that one as well. So 34 maximums
48.
so far for Shane McGuirk. Been a good week of building. Chatting with Henry Deacon up on the balcony, and he says, is this going to be a year Shane McGuirk can extend? Well, he kind of already is.
73.
More of the same, Shane. Big first dart. Leaves him 103.
94. Shane, you require
Down the switch, hunting down the
129.
treble 19. That target will be the same one that Shane McGuirk will be looking to start on with the 129. And that gives him options. He uses the treble 16.
That is
but
game
the
shot
double
and the
12,
fourth leg.
that
Shane
is a
McGuirk.
huge 129 finish there from Shane McGuirk as Jon Worsley was chasing down the opportunity to open up
Fifth
a
leg,
bit
it
of
is
a
Shane
gap.
to throw first.
But we did
Game
say
on.
that the likelihood was Shane McGuirk was going to win, because the rule of this match is whoever throws second wins.
Well, Worsley is definitely going to be thinking
28.
that now. He'll be thinking, this is my turn to win a leg. And with the start of 28 from McGuirk, it's all there for the taking.
92.
When you get this many breaks in a short format game like this, that's just tension. That's just nerves. You need the player settling into this one.
100.
This is where Jon Worsley would like his darts to lie. If he could go and put a dart in the board, he would put it there. Centre of the treble 20, bottom wire. He was always going to find another dart in the treble 20 with that one. It was just like an open invitation to the Jon Worsley dart, saying, come get in this treble 20 with me.
60.
In all likelihood, we might be staring down another breaker throw, because Worsley has got himself nearly 60-point buffer before these darts was even thrown.
60.
Wasn't able to find a treble there. Even if he had have hit a treble that last start, it still wouldn't have left him a finish. However, he would have been a long way in front.
Yeah, the damage is already done in terms
57.
of this leg. He's already delivered that hammer blow. And again, that dart sits perfectly in the board for Jon Worsley. Might see him switch down here due to the 209. Shane McGuirk going to need to dig deep once again.
60. John, you require
Just
110.
fell short there. Needed the treble to leave himself a finish. So 6 darts from here for Worsley.
50.
Gives himself a 2-darter. We'll get
45.
potentially 6.
John, you require 60.
It's 20 and tops. The way Worsley's darts sit, you feel the closer he gets to that tops, the better the opportunity will be.
And the 5th leg,
5
Jon Worsley.
legs of darts, 5 breaks of throw. How often do you ever say that?
6th leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Treble a visit But Jon Worsley from this point
78.
should be enough to see him over the line. He will be thinking 15 darts. If Worsley can go out in 15, it's going to force Shane to a 12. And on the balance of what we've seen so far,
95.
Shane hitting a 12 seems a slightly unlikely outcome at this moment in time.
But if there's ever a time to do it, it's now.
Oh, absolutely. The opportunity is there. The game is not over.
82.
He needs one of those 180s that he's been pulling out left, right and centre all week.
The timing of the shot is crucial.
60.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that. Timing is very important. Right shot at the right time, and there's definitely a lot of wrong shot at the wrong time.
60.
We've all been there.
That's this game in a general, really,
Yep.
isn't it? Just the wrong things at the wrong time. That's why we've had the 5 breaks a throw. It's not as common as you are seeing right now. It's not something we tend to see a game with 100% breaks of throw. But that's just the nerves, the tension,
43.
the situation that the players are in right now. The moment, the opportunity to get through to the final. A whole week's work. These guys would have travelled down here last Sunday,
100.
been away for nearly 7 days, dreaming of the opportunity to play the final, visualising what that opportunity might be like. Jon Worsley right now is becoming strong favourite to be that man.
43.
Yeah, with that first start landing there in the 3 for McGuirk, there was nothing more that he could hit to be able to leave himself a finish.
$57.
Worsley's not really capitalising on that, though. I mean, 124 is definitely in the wheelhouse, but, you know, 2 big trebles here from McGuirk. Not to be. Still
100.
about 1, though.
Jon Worsley, 124.
He's got himself in the mix.
Got a big test to do.
Oh, wrong side of the wire there. Left himself 92.
52. Shane Worsley,
That leaves him a
160.
potential 2 darter, but he'll be expecting to at least get a dart at the double, a match dart. Doesn't look settled, doesn't look happy, but he will get an opportunity. McGuirk can do nothing more
80.
than leave it handy.
Jon Worsley,
and
72.
hope that Jon Worsley is not able to convert this chance. It is 72 for a place in the final. Tops.
That's game
It
shot.
was nervy.
And a match to Jon Worsley.
It was tense. It was tight. But Jon Worsley gets over the line. The winner of Group A is now in the overall final, where we'll be taking on Andy Hamilton, 2 players who have been with us all week, as we say goodbye to Shane McGuirk at the semi-final stage. I'm sure we're going to be seeing him very soon around the world on various tours. But we now look forward to our final to see who will be winning the £5,000. Will it be Jon Worsley or will it be Andy Hamilton? You'll be finding out very soon after this break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are one game closer to finding out who the victor of week 1 will be, as the second semi-final has been completed, and it was Jon Worsley who got the better of Shane McGuirk. Let's have a look at the stats from that 4-2 win for Worsley. 1-2-9 was the highlight checkout. In terms of stand, you could kind of tell this is a big game for both. There's a couple of nervy darts in there.
Yeah, I think in terms of the stats, we can completely ignore those. I think they're completely irrelevant at this point in the tournament. When you get to a semi-final stage, it is all about winning. The same as this one now. Getting through to the final, you've had your whole week here. These two players joined us on Monday. They'd have travelled down here on Sunday. They've had early mornings, late nights. They've been playing a lot of darts. The last thing you want to do is just get pipped at the post. We'll see some nerves in this one. We're going to see some tension, but what we will see as well is some moments of quality.
That first semi-final, that was a bit of you, wasn't it?
I loved that. Really enjoyed that first semi-final. A lot of testosterone, a lot of backwards and forwards. I really do enjoy that winning the game as well. When I'm watching a game of darts, I want to see what it means to the player as well, so I can really get invested in that game. I didn't have to guess what it meant to the players because they've shown us what every single dart meant.
Well, it is time for the finale of the checkout of the week. We have whittled it down to 1, and this was what you voted for.
Nearly back-to-back victories for David Evans. This would hurt. This would hurt.
Game,
and we said it got a bit scrappy, but not at the finish line for Shane McGuirk. He can't even believe it himself. The 1-4-7 finish from nowhere.
That 1-4-7 winning checkout of the week. But it is time now for the final as Andy Hamilton takes on Shane McGuirk. There we go. It's up in lights. It's there. The I's dotted, the T's crossed. But who is going to be the first man into Champions Week?
Yesterday, Abigail Davis stood on here and she asked me that question, and I stalled. I was like, I was trying to buy myself time, and she wouldn't let me have time. She pushed and she pushed. And the first name that popped into my head was Andy Hamilton. And I went with the Darren Brown philosophy, which is basically you know the answer, just trust the gut. And my gut said Andy Hamilton, and as he's in the final, I'm going to have to stick with that.
So it's all down to Matthew Edgar's guts then, apparently. Well, the final is between Andy Hamilton and Jon Worsley. I don't even know what I've just said there. It's for the first place in Champions Week, the £5,000 top prize. He's going to make his way down to the commentary box, guts and all, to join Corin Hammond. Corin.
Thank you, Henry. And what a way to introduce the final, talking about Matthew Edgar's guts. But here we are for the final between Andy Hamilton and Jon Worsley for week 1 of stage 3 of the MODUS Super Series. Both of these players are looking for their maiden MODUS Super Series champions title. Andy having played a couple of finals nights before, but not being able to walk away as champion. But so, which one of them will be the first one to get their name on the running board for stage 3? Surprisingly, not surprisingly, both of these players have been here since the start of the week and have played each other 3 times already, with Worsley taking out all 3 of those wins, 4-3, 4-0 and 4-3. Will he be able to do the same again, or has Andy Hamilton just been saving it for this very match now to get his edge over Jon Worsley? We shall see.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it is Jon to throw first. With the very best of order, please, game on.
When you're looking at an edge, the edge is slightly with Jon Worsley at the moment. The reason being he is throwing first in this match, and that's because he won the bullseye in the back room. This match is the only match of the week which has a bullseye setup. Other than that, all the player who throws first is all predetermined. It's shared out, and even when you get to finals night, it's predetermined, but you earn the opportunity to throw first by winning the groups.
60.
This one was a bull up in the practice room, won by Worsley, who has used it well so far, opening with a max.
100.
Henry said it's about my gut in the
96.
predictions. This is going to take some guts. to get through this. It's going to take some guts. It's going to take some bottle. It's going to take moments of class, moments of quality, moments of inspiration.
And most importantly, it's going to take 4 doubles
100.
at the right time.
Might take more if they go double-double. And just playing that game, you know, where
Yeah.
everyone always wants to correct you on things. I'm being the corrector.
$140. John, you require 121.
We'll look down at the treble 17. Wouldn't needed to have gone for the bullseye should he have hit the treble 17.
43.
Oh, he may have been better off just trying to stay up there on the 60s as well, because he's missed with those last 2 darts there, hitting that 2 and then the treble 7.
Both of these players have experience of winning in finals.
137. John, you require 78.
We'll go through some more of that in the next leg. Of course, Worsley is chasing down the 78.
Game shot
the
and the
opening
first leg. Jon Worsley.
And he opened with a maximum in that one, and he ended up having to take that last dart in hand because Andy Hamilton was breathing
Second
down
leg
his
is
neck.
Andy to throw
You
first.
mentioned about the titles
Game
that
on.
these guys have won and the finals they've won. The biggest ones you'd say would in recent time for Andy Hamilton would be the Challenge Tour, which he won last year, 2022, towards the back end. He won 2 of the UK Open qualifiers as well on the PDC,
99.
2014 and 2007. Nowadays, if you're more familiar with modern day terms, that is what we now call a Pro Tour event. Jon Worsley also has won himself a Challenge Tour event. That was in 2018.
180.
Various local titles, but every leg so far, it's the second one, I'm exaggerating, I know. But they've all gone with a 180 start for Jon Worsley, and that's a way that just really settles you into things.
59.
You think they're probably looking at about 5 to 6 trebles a leg as a target. When you get 3 of them in your first visit, just makes it all
95.
seem a little bit easier.
Yeah, it certainly does. Particularly when it's against the throw. And if you can get off to a really good start like that, it almost puts the darts back in your hand.
It also lets Andy Hamilton know he cannot have a treble-less visit.
93.
As he just clings on with the last dart. But Worsley ahead, despite the fact he has thrown 3 darts less than the hammer.
60.
Maybe should have thought about that shot a little bit more and gone down for the 19s to leave himself 167, because only 1 treble here from Hamilton will see him leaving himself a finish. Well, provided that this one doesn't go astray.
There's been a bit of a theme tonight so far, hasn't there, with the poor mathematics. And normally they find a treble 20 in that position and stand there shaking their head thinking, how did I let that happen?
56. And you require 150.
See Simon Whitlock go to 3 bulls on this one. We also heard Niall Cullerton a couple of weeks ago start using the 3 bullseyes, but Andy Hamilton going a lot more conventional, a lot more sensible. Much better breakdown.
56. John, you require 110.
Double 18 for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot and the second leg.
Jon Worsley has
Worsley
turned it up. And Andy Hamilton is thinking, where has this gone wrong? Well, it is not an unfamiliar story for Andy Hamilton.
Third leg.
Mentioned
it is John
earlier
to throw
about
first.
how he
Game
sort of
on.
tailed off in that very last game. Did the same yesterday, Friday evening. Lost to Aaron Beanie with a 79.58. Thursday,
95.
he lost with a 78.54. So doesn't have very good experience of those final games over the last couple of days, both under the 80 average and both being defeats. In Group A, it wasn't quite the same story. He won 2 of those matches, one of them with a 91. Is it maybe a time of day thing for Andy Hamilton?
Or maybe it's just Jon Worsley remembering that he's already played Andy Hamilton 3 times this week and 3 times he's gotten a win. So he's feeling quite confident and comfortable.
And as dart players, a lot of will say, I don't really remember my head-to-head stats. You do. You know if you've had a negative record against somebody.
Well, particularly when it's been within the last week. Yes, you are going to remember.
And if you'd asked them beforehand, they'd both gone, oh, it don't really make no difference, but you know, it's there.
Yeah.
That seed has been planted.
135.
This is the Jon Worsley that we saw in Group A on Monday. It was 95.28 across the day. Now, that was inflated. It was inflated because of game number 2, where he averaged 107.12. But from that 107, never dropped below the 90. 92.53, 96.08, 92.85. He was extremely good on Monday. He had 103 average on Tuesday as well in match number 3. So we know that he can sustain this ton plus average, which he is currently running at in this final.
Yeah, 100.64 currently. And importantly, 100% on his doubles so far. With Hamilton yet to have a dart at a double. I mean, we are only 2 legs in, but
180.
It's very relevant in this format, though, because yes, we are only 2 legs in, but it's only a race to 4.
Exactly. 76, are we back for that treble 20? Oh, no.
54.
So remember that point you said he needs 4 doubles?
And he requires
He was going
82.
to the 5 option. $17 for tops. The first dart at the double for Andy Hamilton in this final, and he will not be rushed. He will do this on hammer time.
Game shot, and the third
and he can
leg.
touch this.
Andy Hamilton
hits the tops, gets himself back in the game, breaks the throw. Jon Worsley was threatening to run away with this one.
First. Game on.
Andy Hamilton, we spoke about Jon Worsley and the level of performance of him, but Andy Hamilton has rose that with that 15 darter. The average in the mid-90s.
46. $100.
Well, the 46 start of Hamilton here is slightly punished by Worsley with getting off with a ton. So you feel that Hamilton needs to hit at least 1 treble in this shot here.
Maybe 2.
140.
He just fancied that the way the darts were sat there for the hammer. He had one just acting as a bit of a barrier to the left-hand side and one to the right as well. He was able to put a bit more oomph into that and just propel off the barrel.
Then Worsley straight back at him with a 140 himself. Just to keep that gap that he's created there.
97.
We're getting to the point of the game now where we might start to see some tension arise.
39.
In the early exchanges, there's a bit of adrenaline and excitement, but that excitement can soon be mistaken for nerves and pressure.
And that's when you see those loose starts coming about.
96.
Worsley looked to be in control of this leg, and then all of a sudden, it's back to Hamilton.
96. Andy, you require 122.
Hamilton can hold his throw here. It's essentially a best of 3. He needs to find a treble. He does. He will stay in the area. Goes big, goes safe. Wants the dart at the bullseye.
97.
just
John, you require
goes wide of the
126.
goalposts. Will Worsley get a dart at the ball as well?
$58. And you require 25.
This is one of those you can sense it moments. You can sense the importance. 2 8s. 2-2.
Game
and
shot and the
another
fourth leg.
Andy Hamilton.
Hamilton.
He knows exactly what this means to him. And this is a good quality game of darts.
Fifth
when
leg.
You get to the final,
John to throw first.
you can excuse a few sort of missed darts as terms of tension. These are both raising it from the levels that we've seen so far tonight from the pair.
95.
And consistently finding those trebles with each visit to the board.
Go up for the 54.
57.
Not able to find it, so a trebleless visit there for Hamilton.
$100.
Just stuck that last dart in there.
Yeah, when you've got the throw in these situations, just one treble a visit, that will see you down. That forces your opponent to find a couple of visits where they get those two treble combinations.
96.
Right now, that looks a bridge too far for Andy Hamilton in this leg. That is the perfect dart for Jon Worsley.
140.
So much so that he decided not to switch down to the 19s, which would have been the more mathematical shot and the more percentage shot, but the way the dart was laid just invited him in, just tempted him against those maths and to chase down the maximum.
Well,
94.
and also too, even if Hamilton had have hit a maximum himself off that shot, he still wasn't going to be able to leave himself a finish being on 3-4-8. So Worsley has the luxury of time.
134.
Yes, and that's a great setup shot there, leaving himself 32.
Nothing the hammer can do to stop Worsley putting himself a leg away from the match. He can pressurise the situation.
140. John, you require
Sometimes just getting that
32.
referee call of the 180 can just distract very slightly. It just makes the noise, brings the crowd involved in the situation.
Game shot and the fifth
No
leg.
drama
Jon Worsley.
in that situation. Jon Worsley, the winner of Group A, could be the winner of the week if he can register just one
leg. It is
more
Andy to throw
leg.
first.
He will have
Game
two
on.
opportunities of which to achieve that.
$98.
Just slip over there into the treble 7 for that last dart for Hamilton, although it is better scoring dart than a single 19.
78. $76.
Whole week's worth of action. 5 days, or 6 days now for Andy Hamilton. This is the 4th for Worsley. And then they've got a 3-month wait before they return for Champions Week. Who will be taking that prize?
It does seem like it's such a long time to go from week 1 to week 12 to get to Champions Week, but then it's over in the blink of an eye.
Absolutely. And it comes down to what's the advantage. Is the advantage coming in early
60.
or is the advantage coming in quite late? Because we saw with John Henderson, who came here and won his week, he came straight back in again, and it didn't work out for John Henderson. where someone like Chris Mason, who did the back-to-back weeks, it probably worked out a little bit better for. Doesn't get any better than that.
180.
Timing is everything in this game, especially these short format games that have a lot riding on them. A massive 180 for Andy Hamilton. His second of the game, the fourth of the match. This is a quality
51.
battle. And it's a battle that looks like it's going all the way. Double 16 to take us to a one-leg shootout for the prize.
That's game shot and the sixth leg. Andy Hamilton.
For the first time Andy Hamilton wins a leg, and there is no roar, there is no show of emotion. He is keeping it all in check. He is saving us.
Seventh and final leg. It is Jon to throw
for
first.
the big roar.
Game on.
If he is able to break the throw of Jon Worsley in this final leg.
All 6 legs so far have been dominated by the
60.
player who won the leg. So for the 3 legs that Hamilton's won, Worsley's not had a data to double or missed a data to double. And the same can be said about the 3 legs that Worsley's won. Hamilton's not had a data to double in those. So you kind of tend to feel whoever gets to a double first in this leg is going to be the one that walks away the winner.
Well, when Andy Hamilton came to the board there, he heard the tones of Justin Bradshaw saying 60. That would have been music to the ears of Andy Hamilton, and he found a big 140.
85.
That was sort of minimum requirement, really, for Jon Worsley when he got the first dart in the 5. But Andy Hamilton, after just 3 darts, has essentially wrestled away the throw. And that is a perfect dart for Andy Hamilton, sat in the middle of the bed, sat upright.
140.
And I fancied that to go. I fancied that to fill, but that is more than job done for the hammer. Jon Worsley is under pressure.
95.
Advantage hammer.
Absolutely. And all he needs to do here is keep his darts straight. Not like that. Needs a treble now.
82.
Unable to find one. So, I mean, 139's a little bit of a tricky checkout because it does require moving around the board, switching around the board.
He's going to have time to do that because that slip into the
43.
treble 1 for Jon Worsley affords Andy Hamilton a minimum 6 darts at the 139. Right now, 99 would be a great shot for the hammer. He'd want to do the full 139.
Oh.
He might do the full 139.
Oh, that's a great way to go for 139 as well. I mean, if it pays off and you hit the bullseye to leave 32. He hit there, though, 15.
Yeah, even the 25 would just left him a single to the double, and that's what he's trying to do here, leave that double. That is a double, but I guarantee he will not be using the bullseye here. I expect him to be setting up his favourite double of choice in this situation, but Worsley is trying to pressurise the shot. That is a massive 135 for Jon Worsley. But Andy Hamilton, 50 points away from winning the week. £5,000 and a place in Champions Week is on the line. If Andy Hamilton can hit
18.
the double 16.
Oh, and it's gone begging.
Jon, you require 83.
Oh, that's made it difficult for him now, hitting that single 281. So he's going to have to go 57 or 45 here. Not able to find the 57 either. So 62 left.
31.
So Hamilton
Andy,
giving some grace
32.
here and comes back for the 32.
From 83, Jon Worsley would have been expecting to get himself a dart at the bull. He slipped up. He offers Andy Hamilton this chance. He has a look to try and find the way in. Can he find the answer? Doesn't like the lie.
24.
Doesn't like the outcome. I think Worsley put his darts down. I think he thought it was over.
Jon, you require 52.
From the moment he hit that single 2, it looked like it was. Andy Hamilton, a frustrated character in the background. He has missed plenty of opportunities to win this match. Jon
Game,
Worsley
shot,
misses
and
no
the Week 1 winner of the MODUS Super
to
Series,
win this match.
Jon Worsley.
Jon Worsley avoided going to the PDC Q School after losing his tour card. It was all about coming here. It was all about coming here for the success, and the success is the Week 1 champion. Jon Worsley will be back in 12 weeks' time for Champions Week. He is £5,000 richer, and he has done it in the perfect style. Jon Worsley has won Group A. He has moved on to win the week. He has been consistently brilliant throughout, and we are going to hear from our week-long champion in a few moments' time when he joins Henry Deacon on the stage, an 88.42 average, defeating the 92.97 of Andy Hamilton. But it's that checkout percentage that did it for him. 4 from 5, 80%. Let's hear what Jon Worsley thinks about that performance.
Matt, thank you very much indeed. Jon Worsley, MODUS Super Series weekly winner. How does that sound?
Sounds brilliant, to be honest, but can't believe it. I didn't play very well at all today until the final. So, yeah, over the moon to win it.
And to beat a player the calibre of Andy Hamilton as well in a last leg decider, that must mean an extra little bit to you too. Yeah,
definitely. Andy's a fantastic player, and he's been places where I'll only dream of being. So, yeah, total respect to Andy. He's a great guy as well. So, yeah.
I suppose for yourself as well, obviously you dropped out of the PDC tour the end of last season. You didn't go to Q School. Was places like this your ambition for this year, to be successful here, using this as your route to success in 2023?
Yeah, I seen this, Matt Edgar was on about it. The reason I didn't go to Q School is because I've got a lot going on. Like, my mother-in-law was dying of cancer. She passed away Wednesday, so this one's for her. And I went home and then come back last night, so
this is an emotional one for you and the family then?
Oh, definitely. Like, the wife made sure I come back, so if she said I stayed, I won't coming back. So, yeah, thank you, Gab. I love you. You know that.
Well, we send the best wishes to the whole of your family, of course, at this time. One final thing for you, Jon. We're going to do a presentation now of that cheque for £5,000. Stood by the side of the stage to do the presentation. Please welcome onto the stage, Corinne Hammond. And so, the presentation of the cheque for £5,000, it goes to Jon Worsley, ladies and gentlemen. And so that is almost it for us here in week 1 here at the MODUS Super Series. Jon Worsley, as you can see there, is £5,000 better off. He has got the trophy in his hands. We are going to be back on Monday morning for week 2 of the MODUS Super Series. We're going to see some American flavour to the action. We're going to see the likes of Leonard Gates in action. We're going to see Larry Butler in action. It's going to be a superb week of darts. But here at the Super Series, he went underground, overground, and it's the Womble who has won week 3.